pros at this by now, but I'm just going to start with a couple of housekeeping items. If you've joined the meeting via computer and are listening via your computer audio, your microphone will be muted when you are not presenting or speaking. If you'd like to comment or ask a question, please use the raise your hand feature or raise your real hand and we will call on you. Once you're prompted, then you can unmute yourself and speak. After doing so, please be sure to remute your microphone. You're also welcome to put your questions into the chat box and we will come back to them during the Q&A periods. If you've called in via telephone, you will need to mute yourself using your phone's mute function. And we will ask you to just monitor that yourself. If there's excessive background noise from unmuted phones, we'll just need to mute all of the phone callers. For those of you presenting today, I believe we have all of your presentations ready to go and we will plan to present slides for you. Okay, as usual, we have a packed agenda for the day. Broadly, we're going to be covering updates on the DER party's access to Resolve, including a discussion of the stipulated docket schedule that was filed on the 15th. We will also plan to discuss interconnection expansion, steps suggested by the DER parties for near-term action, and additional considerations for the program track. I'm going to aim to stay on schedule today, and that includes an hour for lunch at noon. We're really looking forward to using this time today as an opportunity for real-time constructive discussion and solution sourcing. And we really hope that this will help lead to comprehensive final proposals for sustainable long-term DER programs. In honor of Rachel, I wanted to share a fable to start off our day, just give us something to think about. And this fable is called The Oak and the Reeds. A giant oak stood near a brook in which grew some slender reeds. When the wind blew, the great oak stood proudly upright with its 100 arms uplifted to the sky, but the reeds bowed low in the wind. "You have reason to complain," said the oak. "The slightest breeze that ruffles the surface of the water makes you bow your heads, while I, the mighty oak, stand upright and firm before the howling tempest." "Do not worry about us," replied the reeds. "The winds do not harm us. We bow before them, and so we do not break." As the reeds spoke, a great hurricane rushed out of the north. The oak stood proudly and fought against the storm, while the yielding reeds bowed low. The wind redoubled in fury, and all at once the great tree fell, torn up by the roots, and lay among the reeds. So I just wanted to share this first in appreciation and gratitude for all of your flexibility so far in the proceeding. And just as a reminder too, something to think about, that our strength in the long term really is in our flexibility and in our nimbleness. So with that, I will thank you all again. I know that you've already put a lot of time and effort to make today happen, and we are very appreciative of those efforts. And I'm going to turn it over for our first section, where I believe the DER parties will provide remarks on where they are at with their access to the Resolve modeling. The Resolve model. All right. Are we ready to go with slides? Awesome.
Hi, Grace. This is Will.
Hi, Will.
So I'm just getting word from some of the DER folks that the PUC's website is timing out and they're not able to get to the link.
Okay.
And I don't know if Ed is on or not, but I emailed the link. There's Robert. But anyway,
Okay.
people might be a little bit late, and this is Ed's, Steve, and Robert's portion. So just wanted to give you a heads up.
Okay, no problem. So sorry, this is Ed's portion and he's not on yet?
It's no. Ed, Steve Rimshaw, and Robert, but I think they're having, Robert's here, obviously. Go ahead.
I see that Ed and Steve have gotten on, so thank you, Will. Yeah, apologies, a little bit of difficulty, but I think we've got it worked out. Is it okay if we go ahead and get started?
Yes, that would be great. Thank you.
Do you mind jumping
for any problems that were occurring?
No problem. I think it fits with the year 2020. I would like to introduce, for those of you who haven't interacted with him previously, Ed Smelhoff is on the line from Vote Solar, and really appreciate having his technical expertise and assistance in this Resolve project, and just more generally on sort of looking at DERs and grid services evaluation. And then obviously most of you know Steve Rimshaw and sort of, a lot of his innovative thoughts on sort of how to approach, I think, the unique questions in Hawaii. I will handle the first couple of slides, then turn it over to Steve and Ed, and then obviously looking for them to take the lead on a lot of the questions. But moving along, the commission did send several questions, and I want to hit those right off the bat. And first, date for Resolve access. We're hoping for the beginning of November, based on communications with HECO. We're in the process of completing the NDA. Looks like we just have a few more nits to resolve. As of about a week ago, HECO said that they're still finishing the baseline model, and it would take 2 to 3 weeks to finish. This is sort of our target date, hopefully. With regards to the other 3 questions, we do have a challenge in answering them without actually having access to Resolve and understanding how how the data is put together until we have a chance to look under the hood. I think it is hard to commit to specific timetables. I'll note in the proposed stipulated procedural schedule, we have suggested monthly check-ins. I think in part it's to sort of keep parties and everybody abreast of what's happening. And we are hoping that early 2021, so essentially 2 months or 3 months from now, we should be able to provide the outputs, and it's likely we'd be providing the inputs and assumptions in association. With regards to sort of what we intend on doing, we're about to walk through some of the sensitivities, which will give you, I think, a pretty open view into sort of what we plan on doing. If you can move to the next slide, please. In talking about the sensitivities, I really want to add a lot of qualifiers and asterisks to this conversation. We don't have access to Resolve. We don't really know what the inputs are going to look like. And we are still soliciting stakeholder input. We have reached out to the State Energy Office. We've reached out to Ulupono. We're going to be reaching out to others, the idea of, and Hawaii Energy, with the idea of trying to get input and sort of understanding what would be useful and make sure we're not making fundamental mistakes. And then just recognizing that, there is capacity bandwidth constraints. And so the reality is, once we start getting working on this, my assumption is some things are going to have to be pared down just based on how much time and effort people have to be able to put to this. So this is a long-winded way of saying what you're about to see and what we're about to talk about is likely to change. At this stage, I'm going to ask you to move to the next slide. I'm going to turn it over to Steve to take the lead talking about some sensitivities.
Robert, if I could just put add some finer points on the timing issue.
Yes, please.
Hi, everybody. Sorry, I don't know. For some reason, my camera has not been working with WebEx, so that's why I'm in the dark here. Hopefully you can hear me, though. I just wanted to note that, as Robert mentioned, the work on the NDA is continuing. The commission issued its order requiring access to Resolve at the end of September. Here we are 3 weeks out, and as Robert said, we're hopeful we can just polish that NDA off, but I'm not sure whether we'll be able to resolve, no pun intended, a final divergence. In any event, it's not clear to me, based on the discussions over the NDA, why all of this couldn't be covered under the existing protective order in a PUC proceeding, given that all of this work is related to this docket. So I'm just flagging that hopefully it's resolved. This NDA issue is resolved, but who knows? But that's one of the tracks, whatever that still hasn't been concluded 3 weeks after the order. And then, as Robert mentioned, we're based on HECO's information, we're expecting to receive the Resolve model beginning of November, and we'll see how that goes. Thank you.
Thanks. If I could turn it over to Steve now.
Yeah. Can you hear me okay, Robert? I've tried to go on video and I've had WebEx crash 3 times, so I'm calling in and I can see the slides.
You sound great. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So what we're going to, in this proceeding and also, the advanced rate design discussions, there's, always been this question of what is the value, what is the future value? Resolve will not tell us all those answers, but it is a really crucial planning tool that we hope to use to show value of, customer participation, such as advanced rate design that we're showing on this first page. So the intent is really to use shadow pricing, similar to what the most recent results from Hawaiian Electric did on their no DER case, where you're, you're making an assumption, making a change, that change in what we're proposing here would show up as a zero cost resource that would then depict the value of that policy decision that was made into, and then quantify it within Resolve to understand the cost benefit of rate design, future DER programs, grid service tariffs. This approach will not, give us any details on distribution costs, transmission costs that may be needed for load. But we believe it's the right approach given where we are, and so what we're trying to do is have a transparent conversation on what that approach may look like. So for this advanced rate design approach, it's essentially, and some of the caveats Robert provided earlier, we don't know what the inputs and assumptions are going to look like within the model. So ideally, we have very well provided aggregated, disaggregated load profile that we can easily make and justify an assumption. So within this advanced rate design assumption, it's going to shift customer load and reduce peak demand by 8%. So the shadow pricing will have the base case run, and we'll have this advanced rate design run showing the load offset impact and how that equates to a production cost within Resolve. So we're doing similar approaches within the different scenarios of using shadow pricing, making distinct changes within the model that is documented so we can get an understanding of the ratepayer impact from a Resolve point, and then hopefully we can develop other methods of incorporating additional distribution components, maybe other societal values that are discussed in other regions to look at the broad value that these systems may be able to provide, but really trying to use Resolve as a cornerstone tool of this. And we really appreciate the commission and the processes moving forward so we can better understand this. Hopefully others can run similar sensitivities if they think they're a good idea, and we can all exchange notes and learn from this process. Next slide, please. And Ed, if there's anything you want to speak up on as I'm moving through these, please feel free to. This next proposal is for the smart home, and our understanding within the IGP process is that the new DER programs are currently modeled as a self-consumption resource similar to CSS today. So how this program would change from that scenario is it would allow the excess energy from those resources to not be just wasted behind the meter, but there would be an aggregated resource profile that would be developed for that excess energy capacity that's being curtailed. That curtailed behind the meter energy capacity would then be utilized by Resolve during the period it's available as a zero cost resource to dispatch and select. And then the intent would be to quantify the additional value beyond the no DER case that we've already seen to show what the additional value of having a more dynamic smart home rate would be to give Hawaiian Electric, the ability to curtail the exports of these resources and to change the basic model assumptions that customer-sited DERs in the future, will not simply be in a self-consumption mode. The next slide, please, will build upon the smart home rate. The next slide is the first grid service tariff that could be stacked on top of the smart home rate. So the intent here is similar, in the case, unlike during the day, at night, there's a certain amount of customer load that's being offset, and this aggregated storage capacity could be available for the system to use for the benefit of all customers. So the intent with this scenario is to understand that incremental change in the model of allowing the aggregated, unused battery capacity of the smart home resources to be able to be dispatched by Resolve as a zero cost resource. There would then be follow-on analysis to quantify the value of that clean peak resource program versus the base case or the no DER case, however the analysis may turn out. So trying to, looking at customer-sited resources, how Hawaiian Electric's intending to model them based on our current understanding, and then how we can change the model to look at the impacts of that resource participation, either through being selected by Resolve as we see in this case here. Next slide, please. Is the load build grid service in the middle of the day. So similarly, we don't have a good grasp of, curtailment and control of resources in the future. We've heard Hawaiian Electric, wants to control resources. I'm assuming that, they're controlling the export capacity and not, intentionally bringing customers' load onto the grid through a curtailment signal. But this sensitivity is designed to test that out. So if the new smart home rate, the resource, as we said earlier, can feed into the grid, and then there's a certain amount of self-consumption load. If the Resolve model needs to reduce the energy on the system, they can dispatch customers' aggregated load that was being served by on-site solar and or battery for the smart home customer in the middle of the day, and then be selected as that resource. We'd perform shadow pricing, so then we can understand, is there a need for this service, and what is the benefit of having that service to the grid. Next slide, please. And sensitivity 5, there's a lot of ways you could think about how you may structure a program like this, but looking at Hawaiian Electric's IGP inputs and assumptions, there's a lot of rooftops and customer segments that, aren't assumed to have any sort of DER adoption based on what we understand, from IGP discussions. But, customers also have additional available roof space, beyond what they need for their own system, and the cost of installing some quantity of additional kW on a rooftop for a customer is much lower cost than if they were going to develop that same quantity of solar as a separate independent system. So in this case, we're saying that based on IGP's analysis, let's say 65% of the rooftops can't have solar. Well, that 45% that does, they very likely have additional roof space that could, support the grid and support segments of the population and controlling their energy rates. So in this scenario, we're proposing that each new system, smart home system moving forward, has some additional capacity. I don't know if that's 5 kW, if that's 2 kW. There needs to be a level of analysis, and we would, justify the additional increment. But that additional increment of capacity would be available to Resolve to dispatch and select, again, as a zero cost resource. So we could do some sensitivity analysis to understand from a policy perspective, does it make sense to maximize every roof, beyond what a customer needs so we can provide more services to the grid and share more clean energy. Next slide, please. And this next sensitivity gets back to the, we talked about that potentially up to 65% of customers not being suitable for solar. So what are those customers going to be doing in the future? If some of those customers were adopting batteries based on time of use program to charge and then self-consume that energy later, it would obviously create a different planning need for the grid than the current base case assumes. Adding additional behind the meter battery capacity from this untapped market segment would obviously lead to system security questions and, what other resources may be needed to enable this level of customer cited DERs. And that's obviously beyond the scope here, but the intent is to look at it and see, okay, if we had a robust program, what does it make sense from a policy decision to encourage battery participation, or is it better to be selected from a system level resource? It really gets back to the heart of this analysis that we're looking to do, is to understand the benefits to the grid and customers so we can have a broad discussion and hopefully learn a lot. Next slide, please. And,
Hey, Steve, just
giving you a 2-minute
just as a
warning.
time check.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, sorry, as a time check. I think we're going to have to kind of maybe skim through the last sensitivities, and people can read. And obviously, if they have follow-up questions, we're happy to get into it.
Great, thank you. Yes, and we are, we were just trying to be transparent too. We are not set on running all these sensitivities. We're just presenting these for thought as, and if other parties are going to be running their own sensitivities, we want to support this process. So another sensitivity may be looking at the existing DER fleet, right? So what would be the impact of shifting that resource through a load shape and then, adding other sensitivities to provide grid services? I don't know if we'll have time for this, but it's definitely something of future interest of, what you may want to do long term. Please advance. Let's just advance through. I mean, same concept here. And there's, additional sensitivities that could be run, other ways of combining some of these sensitivities that we didn't discuss, but the intent is to document what we do and, further quantify the results through shadow pricing as we've presented here so far. I believe the final slides are some open questions to Hawaiian Electric. I don't know if we'll be able to answer some of these in Q&A, but it's really crucial. Our success in doing these sensitivities and being as transparent and real as possible is, the level of information we can get from Hawaiian Electric is going to be crucial, whether that be for Resolve or whether that be for, other system improvements and analysis that they've done to look at, like the no DER case or other scenarios or other programs they may be analyzing. So, thank you for the opportunity to talk today, Ed. I'm sorry we worked through all the time in this call, but I think there's some Q&A that we all can support. So thank you everyone for your time, and apologies for my not being on the video with my phone call challenges. So thank you, Mahalo.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I'm going to turn it over to Hiko for reactions and potentially answers to these questions if those are available. Hiko, I'm going to start with 5 minutes for you all, just so that we can ensure that we get reactions from the consumer advocate as well.
Hi, Grace. This is Mark. Was there, anything specific reactions that you're looking for? Or,
sure. I guess if you have any answers to these specific questions, that would be great. Or just general reactions to these presentations, the questions that we laid out in terms of access to Resolve in the order, and the sensitivities laid out here.
Yeah. Okay. So, so in terms of the access to Resolve, we are shooting to have that ready by November 1st per the stipulated procedural order. right now I don't see any. We should be able to hit that date. In terms of the questions on these slides here, the Resolve database will have all of the inputs available. The loads are done by layer, just as we've discussed in the forecast assumption working group in IGP. So it is, I guess you could say it's disaggregated, the term that's being used there. In terms of the underlying forecast formulas, there is a description that we've provided on the DER forecast in the input and assumptions document that was distributed in the solution evaluation working group. Folks can also refer to the FOG, the forecast assumptions working group presentation that's on our website that was given in January of this year, as well as August of last year. And then we also filed a IR, I think it was PUC IR1 in the IGP docket that has further explanation of the DER models, as well as all of the inputs and assumptions going into the DER model. So that should answer any of the questions there. Especially IR1 is pretty comprehensive. In terms of modeling software and HECO internal analysis for distribution costs. So we are starting to look at distribution grid needs. So we've filed distribution grid needs within the CBRE RFP docket, kind of explaining where we see potential distribution investments in the next few years. We've also, we're still working on the costs, but we've described the needs there. And then in terms of, identifying the timing and type of future resource needs for system security, and transmission network. So, as part of system security, we will be updating our system security analysis as part of IGP, but we probably won't, we don't anticipate having full results for that until next year. We do expect that we'll also learn a lot through some interconnection studies that are being performed as part of the stage 2 projects. That last question there, referring to future needs for DSM and deferral programs. I'm assuming that's more on the resource side. So, we did share some initial grid needs at the last solution evaluation working group based on the Resolve models. And so, we're starting to run some analysis with Resolve to give us some idea of what the future looking grid needs look like.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mark. I appreciate that reaction. I do want to give the consumer advocate any time to respond if you all have any responses or questions. And anyone else also, please feel free to enter questions into the chat box if you have them.
Oh, thank you, Grace. Actually, oh, sorry. I think, thank you to the DER parties. We are looking at the sensitivity analysis that they, I guess, proposals that they want to run. I think we do have some, I guess, questions on some of the assumptions that they might use. I think we could go over that, I think, once they get access to Resolve. and through the working group process, I think. And I don't think we have, yeah, and I think that's the comments that we have right now. Oh, Dean and Green. Thank you, Grace.
Thanks, Marcy. I guess I have a question for the DER parties as well. Just thinking about the number of sensitivities that you all have proposed here, and I'm curious to know whether you have thought about how you might prioritize those in the near term, or whether you've begun to think about that.
Yeah, hi, Grace. Thanks for the question. I think, you know, the document that was developed at these slides, you know, some of these concepts, you know, were optional, and we were presenting them as, you know, just to help everyone's thinking. Definitely, you know, the smart home program, you know, what is the future DER program going to look like? How do you stack grid service tariffs on that? What is the benefit of that? You know, I believe, you know, advanced rate design and time of use should be a cornerstone moving forward. So that should really be built into this. But, you know, as we move forward, we'll really have to see the quality of the data, how easily we can, you know, make the assumptions we're looking for and justifying the assumptions, presenting them to parties. So I'd say, you know, we don't know, but definitely the basics for this tariff, the way I see it, would be a smart home, grid service programs, and then hopefully we have time to test some of these other sensitivities to understand how they may you know, create opportunities for other programmatic design that we should consider in the future possibly, or, you know, where do these learnings go? We don't know. We don't have access to the model now, so we're developing an approach to you know, yeah, I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Do we have a bit of time for any questions? If anyone wants to jump in, please feel free to unmute yourself and ask questions or provide reactions. Okay, I'm hearing none, so I'm going to move us to the next portion in which we wanted to discuss the procedural schedule. And I wanted to thank you all again for taking the time to put together the procedural schedule and to give that a lot of thought. Rachel, I believe, sent the group a number of questions that staff had regarding that proposed schedule. So I'm just going to start with the first one there. So in terms of the monthly status conferences and working group meetings, can the parties comment on what you're envisioning for that, including sort of logistically how those might be coordinated, as well as what are the desired outcomes from those monthly status conferences?
Maybe I can kick that one off, since this was a DER party's suggestion. This is Isaac. So what was contemplated, at least on our side, was an opportunity for party presentations, status updates to the commission. If there's nothing to update on, we really don't have to have a meeting for a meeting's sake. We can cancel if necessary. But really an opportunity to check in, share updates, trade notes, and also receive any commission guidance, especially on any outstanding disclosure issues or maybe directions on how the work should proceed. I think it's important for the PUC to be involved in it, just so that it won't reach the end of the process and then have some kind of package of end results dropped in its lap, but can see how the work is proceeding, keep abreast of the progress, and of course correct as needed. So that's basically answering, I think, the first two questions about the format and desired outcomes. In terms of who's holding these meetings, I think it's fine if the parties take the initiative. We're also fine with the commission providing the forum or the venue and maybe the facilitation, we're open to all of it. But I think the purpose contemplated is as I described.
Grace, I can chime in next. This is Lani Shinsato from Hawaiian Electric. I think we would agree with everything Isaac just said. It was a suggestion by the DER parties, and we were fine with it. The parties themselves did not have a lot of time to think through the specifics of what that would look like, but everything Isaac just said, I think we're open to. I think our preference is to have some involvement by the commission. But, and this ties to the second question, I think it's important from our end that we sit down together and figure out what the outcome should be for each of these meetings, keeping in mind that it does take a lot of time for us to prepare and attend meetings, so we want to make sure that they're as efficient and purposeful as possible.
Yes, and this is Marcy. We also agree. I think we're kind of thinking this process would be similar to other processes where, you know, there are working group meetings that are held by the commission, but there can be working group meetings that are coordinated by the parties with commission involvement. And also, I guess also with the status updates. Thank you.
Okay, thanks everyone. I appreciate that. I'm going to move to our next question and going to move on to the company's status update filing that was included in the stipulated schedule. Could you talk a little bit about what information will be included in such a filing? What are the specific directives that the company will be providing updates on?
Hi, Grace. Thank you for the question. I can take that, and others on the Hawaiian Electric team can chime in if I miss anything important. So this was a voluntary filing for us. We discussed this with the DER parties and the consumer advocate prior to us filing the schedule. So it is good for the commission to know some of what we're thinking here too. What we were planning to do for the December 4th filing is to update everyone on our demonstration ideas. And we have 3 of those right now that we're looking at. One is a pre-approval demonstration, and we've talked about this one before. So we are currently discussing that. Sorry for the helicopter above me, everyone. We are currently discussing that with the parties. We're trying to polish that up and have more details on that by December 4th. The second one is a rooftop rental demonstration. We've also discussed this one before. We included it in our initial proposals and in our final proposals. But at this point in time, we are thinking of scaling it down from a full-blown program into a demonstration that we could potentially start next year. So an update on that as well on December 4th. And then the third one is doing some kind of a demonstration targeting small to medium businesses. You know, right now we're all in COVID, so we're trying to make sure we're following, you know, the commission's inclinations at the start of this proceeding to focus our efforts on economic recovery as much as possible and underserved customers. So that applies to, I think, all 3 of these concepts that we're looking at right now.
Thanks, Lani. And so when you're saying you plan to provide like an update on those demonstrations, are you thinking that the update will be like concrete plans to move those forward, or more an opportunity for folks to comment on the scope of the work, or sort of how are you envisioning that filing?
I think it would be, as you just said, Grace, we might actually make a decision that it might not make sense to pursue some of these. I think pre-approval has pretty pretty good success for going starting January of next year, but the other two are still more in development mode. So I think by December 4th, we'll be able to say whether it's a go or a no go. And if it's a go, what the scope looks like and what the timeline looks like and what the objectives are for doing these. And we built into the schedule an opportunity for all of the parties to comment on that filing.
Thank you. Do any other parties want to provide comments or input on the status update filing?
Lonnie, do you anticipate getting any type of commission approval before launching some of the pilots?
That's a good question, Robert, and that's one that we are asking ourselves right now. So we will have to include that in the update. I forgot to mention too that another topic we want to cover in the update is we've started COVID-related process improvements back in May. And so we wanted to update on those two, talking about which ones we're thinking of continuing or modifying at that point in time.
Lonnie, what are the process improvements for what types of things?
These are the 5 asks that the DER parties put in their letter back in April. So we started the early energization of systems under 25 kW, all of those.
Got it, thank you. Okay, does anyone else have any questions or reactions? Okay, so we had another question, which was whether the intent behind these meetings and status updates and potential inclusion of information informed by demonstrations would be to enable the parties to present a joint proposal for the DER programs.
Hello.
Go ahead, Isaac.
Let me try. So yeah, I want to be realistic here and set some expectations. And given how philosophically apart on DER program issues the parties seem to be, I mean, on real, basics about how we value DER and things like that. And I will discuss this further in terms of DER evaluation methodologies where there's a serious problem. But I'm not sure if the goal here is to come to a common proposal, given how far apart things are, but certainly try to establish some common baselines and best practices on the modeling, share information, and to facilitate the trading of notes, as I mentioned. I think there's supreme value in some kind of ongoing working group process to make sure we try to really focus in on the quality of the modeling, the quality of the data disclosure, and on that level, figure out where we agree and where we disagree.
I think we would agree again. I don't think that was our intent when we inserted that step into the schedule, the addition of the meetings. We probably won't come to agreement on final proposals, but I think that the extra time allows more transparency and discussion, and hopefully build some opportunities for us to find some areas of alignment. So it's a positive thing, I think.
All right, thanks everyone. I'm going to open the floor for just questions or comments. I'm wondering if the PUC staff has any questions related to the stipulated schedule. Maybe we'll start there. Everything seems clear. Okay, one more opportunity for any questions. If not, we're running just a couple of minutes ahead of schedule, which is kind of amazing. So last opportunity for questions on this portion of the meeting. Anyone feel free to chime in.
Let's all declare victory.
Great. All right. Well, we're going to break for about 15 minutes. So please, everyone, return around 11 and we will get started right on time there. Thank you so much for your time this morning. We'll be back at 11. folks are out there, please start coming back at this point. Okay, looks like folks are filtering back in. If you're still out there, we will be getting started. Just a second.
I'm back. I'm just shutting off my video for bandwidth here. So
Cool, thanks, Carl. All right, so our next section is going to be regarding the company's suggestion to consider interconnection expansion within the program track of the DER docket. So we're going to give each party 15 minutes to discuss this suggestion, and we're going to start with the Hawaiian Electric companies. So I believe we should be able to bring up your slides, and I'll pass the mic over to Hiko.
Hi everyone, this is Lonnie Shinsato. I'll be covering this first presentation for us. Grace, if you wouldn't mind moving to the next slide, please. So just to level set, in this first segment, the Commission asked us to cover these questions, explaining our reasoning for suggesting a programmatic approach to addressing interconnection expansion, our recommendation in response to our inquiry, and this is something that we put in a filing back in August, and we had asked the DER parties to define success for rapid expansion of interconnections, and then explaining how our rooftop rental program is responsive to the interconnection expansion request of the DER parties. So I'll take each of these in turn. Grace, next slide, please. So the company has actually evolved its proposals since our August filing. We initially thought something like interconnection expansion should go into the program track and be considered among the other program proposals. But currently, we think the primary way to expand interconnections in the near term is through a pre-approval process that we've discussed with the stakeholders and with the Commission to some degree in earlier meetings. And I'll provide more detail on this later. If we get nitpicky here, a pre-approval process is not really a program, and I was educated on this by my Hawaiian Electric teammates. It's actually more like a process improvement. So if we had to be exact and choose which track this should go into, it should probably be the technical track, where streamlining and improving the interconnection process has already been designated as an issue. But that said, I'm going to jump to the last bullet on the slide. At this point in the proceeding, where we're really starting to see so many areas of overlap between the three tracks, we don't think we should be like hyper technical about categorizing where issues fall. Instead, interconnection expansion should really be looked at holistically, meaning we should be thinking higher and more broadly at all the other areas that are in motion right now that would lead to interconnection expansion. And one such area is CBRE. We mentioned this in our August filing. We'll be prepared to open up 20 megawatts of capacity for small, meaning less than 250 kW projects, as soon as the Commission approves our CBRE tariff that we filed in September. So this is another near-term opportunity for interconnection expansion. And lastly, I'll note that the rooftop rental program that I mentioned earlier prior to the break, we're still evaluating, but at this point, will likely look more like a small demo in 2021. So it's another opportunity for interconnection expansion, but just not as big in the short term as we had originally thought. Okay, next slide, please, Grace. So I mentioned that back in August, we had asked this question of the DER parties, and we asked it because we wanted to get some clarification on what they were looking for, whether it was a new program or a new process or something else to expand interconnections. Realizing that the answer to this question could take many different forms. So we're still interested in hearing from all parties on what their answer to this question would be. But if we had to define it, we would say that success should be an optimized amount of DER that serves grid needs in a manner that achieves these objectives that you see here. Affordability. We need to make sure that, especially in times of COVID, that increases in DER aren't going to cause adverse impacts, bill impacts to non-DER customers, that we're achieving our RPS and decarbonization targets over time. I mentioned this earlier, that we can really leverage DER in these hard times to kickstart our economy and help economic recovery for the state. And also we want to make sure that every customer who invests in DER has a positive customer experience. So those are our objectives. We think that for the first point here, serving grid needs, this really needs to be defined by the integrated grid planning process. And we know that the timeline for that is not really coming out until the future next year, but we are experiencing a strong market right now for DER and good solid growth over this year. We think that should be maintained. And for rapid expansion, we focus on areas that have no locational need. And I'll get into that later with our pre-approval pilot. In terms of a process, we think that all parties should continue to collaborate and partner to continuously improve the end-to-end process for customers. So this includes not just the steps in the process that we can control, but meaning the company, but steps that are outside of our control, including the county building permit process. And interestingly, this is timely. There's a bill moving through the city council right now on expediting that process. And we had a few discussions with the solar industry for how we can align on that bill. So looking at the whole process end to end is important. Okay, Grace, next slide, please. So I mentioned rooftop rental. We've kind of evolved and pivoted more towards a pre-approval process as a way to expand, the primary way to expand in the near term. We're still evaluating it, but it'll likely be a small demo in 2021. And if it works, there could be an opportunity to expand interconnections after that. Our objectives right now for such a demonstration are listed here. It's to provide a simple option to underserved markets and circuits. By simple, we mean, customers won't have to worry about owning or leasing or exporting or maintaining their equipment. They simply get like a lease rent every month for the use of the rooftop. Second, we want to provide ready, cost-effective grid service functionalities. So these systems we think would be PV plus battery systems. They would be dispatchable, similar to utility scale systems under our new model PPAs. So we could test grid services provided by these systems at the residential level. And third, we're actually trying to create a market for contractors to sell systems in a more efficient way. We want to open up this new market for contractors and for the benefit of all customers, really, again, trying to reach the underserved segment of our customers. So the demo will determine the extent to which these objectives can be achieved and scaled. And as I mentioned before the break, we'll provide a status update on this demo in our December 4th filing. Okay, next slide, please. And finally, this is our last slide, the pre-approval process. So we just met with the parties on this concept yesterday and got good feedback. This is something that we think we can do starting in January of next year and run it as a demonstration for a full year. At a high level, this is what it would look like. We would be selecting circuits in advance with the help of the solar industry that have 30% or more available hosting capacity. And we were asked this question yesterday. We didn't know the answer at the time, but we have it now. How many circuits fall into that category? We found out there are 224 out of 416 circuits. That's just for Oahu, that are above 30%. So I should clarify that not all of those would be offered in this pilot, but we would want to, I think, confer with the parties in down selecting which circuits are best suited for the pilot. We want to make sure that there's enough market potential in these circuits. So talking through that with the parties to help us select which ones would be available. And customers who don't have solar on these circuits would be pre-approved to have a system. And that would include batteries if they so choose. We're exploring having set system sizes, for example, a 10 kW system that includes a battery. And this is just because it's easier for us to kind of track how we're reaching hosting capacity on the various circuits. So we're exploring a process where a contractor notifies us once they've signed a contract with the customer that they're going to build a system. And as I mentioned, this allows us to just track how we're reaching hosting capacity. And it also gives us notice that we need to go out and change out that customer's meter, because we'll know that the customer is going to be in the installation process. Then after the installation of the system, contractors can provide us full details of the system as built. And we think this will make it easier for contractors, reducing the amount of revisions that they need to send us and that we have to work on, and overall speeds up the end-to-end process for customers. To help us mitigate technical issues, we continue to ask for VoltWatt to be activated and for AMI to be installed to help us monitor conditions at the customer's residence. So we plan to sit down with the parties again in 2 weeks after we do some additional refinement of our proposal and get more feedback. And as I mentioned earlier, we plan on updating the commission and the parties on this pilot in our status update that we plan on filing on December 4th. I think that's all the slides we have. I'm happy to take questions.
Thanks, Lonnie. We have 2 minutes, so I'll just open the floor for any clarifying questions, but we will have additional time at the end for a more substantive discussion.
I had a quick clarifying question, if I may.
Please.
Lonnie, you mentioned for the CBRE program that there's some plan for smaller projects under 250 kW that you're going to open up to maybe expedited interconnection or something like that. Can you clarify what that means? And is this a new proposal, or how does it relate to what's going on?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Isaac. What I meant was we just filed a bunch of documents in the CBRE proceeding, so nothing new, but we filed final tariffs and contracts in the CBRE proceeding, and for smaller projects that would interconnect via tariff as opposed to a PPA or an RFP, we will be ready to open up the 4-month window or process for those types of systems to interconnect as soon as we receive a commission DNO that approves our filing. That's what I meant to say.
Okay, so that didn't really address sort of the interconnection process that would occur once those applications start rolling in then.
Well, my point was that that is another area where we could see interconnection expansion, but it would be through CBRE projects.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to turn the floor over to the DER parties.
Hi, Grace. Just want to do a quick sound check. This is Will. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, you sound great. Thanks, Will.
Outstanding. Another thing, just a note, I've been having internet issues this morning. So if I cut out, Robert or Isaac of the DER parties will take over for me. I see the slides. So thanks. This is our response, similar to HECO's. I'm going to keep it pretty high level. You can go to the next slide. So we were asked by the commission to talk about the programmatic approach to interconnection, HECO's proposed programmatic approach, a discussion on the 6-month pilot proposal, and a discussion on rooftop rental. We have one slide with some additional comments. Go to the next slide, please. So just looking at interconnection to date, I don't think I need to go too far back into this history here, but we filed a letter, the DER parties, on April 3rd, 2020, talking about some various interconnection issues that we thought were ripe for discussion and improvement, especially given the COVID-19 crisis that we were all getting ready to experience at the time. The DE parties and HECO, as well as other stakeholders in this docket, have met regularly to discuss and implement process improvements relative to this letter and some other filings that have happened within the docket. There's been various improvements in interconnection that the HSCA believes has helped move the needle a little bit, and on feedback from contractors has improved the process. So these are things like priority meter swap lists, things like a second meter jumper cover for PTO, and things like volt watt to expedite PTO. And just one comment on volt watt, obviously there was a stipulation about it. And there's other discussions that we have on volt watt, but in this sense, I'm just talking about it being relative to expediting the PTO process, being good for expediting that process and also being good for the grid as a function. You can go to the next slide. So in general, the DER parties prefer a programmatic approach to interconnection concerns. I think similar to what Lonnie was talking about on HECO. We have a long history going back many years about addressing problems kind of as they come up, either on HECO's side or on our side, or just in dockets in general about interconnection and other various issues. I think it would be better for all of us if we worked harder to get these creases softened out before we could start going into new programs and try to be a little bit more proactive. And I think ourselves and the companies are in agreement with this. I don't think that would be disputed. We stated in the January 30th, 2020 workshop, and I think we still believe that this is true, that reducing soft costs, particularly things like interconnection. Lonnie also mentioned obtaining building permits, which I think is a separate but very similar issue to this docket, although we don't really discuss it as much. These soft costs can be a pretty large portion of a total system costs, and I think that is a priority for the parties, as well as other things that are like programmatic approaches, creating new tariffs, technical limitations and functions and systems and whatnot. To date, we're still working on various issues. Lonnie touched on these as well. include things like technical requirements for new and legacy equipment. As you probably all recently saw, the 1547 advanced inverter work plan was filed by HECO, and I think we're supposed to comment on that shortly. Things like 1547 harmonization. Service upgrades are still something that's being ironed out. And then, we work on back-end interconnection issues that lead to PTO, but I think there's also a lot of front-end interconnection issues that we're trying to address. So I think this year has been, I wouldn't say that it's the ideal, but I definitely think it's been an improvement over the past few years of how we've dealt with these interconnection issues. And I credit, both ourselves as the DR parties, but definitely HECO too for helping us work on this. Next slide, please. So just a few comments on the 6-month pilot. I think in general, the DER parties are comfortable with the concept of conditional approval. This is kind of something that we had talked about in our April letter on certain circuits as described, or ideally all circuits, depending on the type of system that gets installed in those circuits. Generally, we have concerns that we've expressed to the companies as well as other parties and other discussions that we've had outside of status conferences. Things like limiting system sizes on identified circuits, even with mitigating technology or functions, such as the difference that a system has to the grid with things like volt watt installed or turned on, or things like CSS versus a CGS type system, or systems that export at times when it's beneficial to the system, the larger grid for them to export. I think we've got a few questions about how contractor allotments of max capacity and circuits will be determined, which we're trying to resolve and discuss with the HECO companies. And it seems clear that the companies, well, I wonder, I guess I'm cautious about this becoming a procurement as opposed to just a programmatic model, right? So I don't really want to be in the situation where certain companies are able to bid in or get the majority of conditional approvals on a specific circuit and others are not. Ideally, I think you should open up the circuits for conditional approval given certain requirements and let companies compete with each other to provide best prices and system functions to customers in those circuits. Next slide, please.
Can I just jump in really quick, Will?
Yes.
So this is kind of a technicality or terminology issue, but I think it's important. Just looking at the slide, I think conditional approval is the previous paradigm, and we're talking more in terms of pre-approval. It sounds similar, but I think there's an important difference, and this is kind of what we worked out in the call with the HECO companies yesterday. I can describe once you're done, but in a sense, like bypassing this conditional approval concept or step and just saying, yes, we have capacity, go ahead, build, and really all we care about is at the back end, we're going to validate and green light your operation. Lonnie, maybe you can confirm, that's the understanding we kind of worked through yesterday too.
Yeah, thanks for clarifying, Isaac. I think we had a conversation around, wait, you're still asking for conditional approval, but we clarified that pre-approval is that kind of conditional approval. And getting conditional approval in CIT is just more of a formality, but the customer will be pre-approved.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks for the clarification. And yeah, sorry, I think we had that discussion, I'm remembering yesterday, but I had filed these slides prior to that. So I apologize for having that in there, but thanks. Next slide, please. So obviously, as Lonnie has discussed, the 6-month pilot is still in development. We're still talking about it. We did provide in the September 3rd filing outlines for discussion that I think are being discussed. And I've already talked about this kind of second point about what the ideal would look like for a 6-month pilot or pre-approval process. Next slide, please. So these are a few comments on rooftop rental. Obviously, the companies and the consumer advocate proposed 2 similar options in their initial briefs on June 30th. I think, within the DER parties, and we've already had these discussions in previous status conferences, and I'm sure that questions will continue to come up. I think that this program still needs to be developed, and obviously, Lonnie and her process or her presentation before this this program or the way that they're thinking about it has changed even since their original proposal. I think there's questions about just the cost that the utility values the asset at, how they're going to go pay about various things that a developer would normally, in the normal course of business, would do to install the system. I think there's a little bit confusion on our part that maybe the companies can clarify about how this might foster market competition among the industry. I think there's confusion about how this might conflict with CBRE, and obviously there was a little clarifying question about less than 250 kilowatt systems, but I think we could probably talk a little bit more about that. There's a question too about how contractors might be chosen or how they might compete with each other on designing and building these systems along with HECO. Next slide, please. So I think conceptually, at the moment, this proposal raises more questions than it answers. I think this is definitely something that's ripe for discussion among the parties to this docket, but I think I guess I would caution us to think about what a programmatic approach might look like, as we've already discussed, versus this rooftop rental, and what the costs and benefits of both of those programs might be. Companies outline a piece of their rooftop rental proposal to include existing DER participants with extra roof space. I left a couple of questions in here along that same line of their proposal. Why not allow grid service that allows for additional generation to feed into a bill offset program for non-DER or renters? And this might eliminate some problems that we see among current DER programs, like system sizing issues or program constraints within other things like community-based renewable energy. Next slide, please. So a few closing comments. The DER parties are in agreement that industry activity remains positive in the second half of 2020, despite complications by COVID-19. Although I would caution that, I think the construction industry at large was pointed out in Hawaii as one of the only market sectors that is doing well in this pandemic. And I think that there's additional factors as to why that might be. The things that we mentioned in January still exist. Things like the stepping down of the ITC, which I think is going to have a pretty large impact on the industry. There's uncertainty requiring state incentives, like notably the tax credit and how that might impact the industry, especially given the budget shortfall that the state is facing. And then I think there's also questions around federal stimulus and the ability for companies to continue functioning at the level that they'd like to. So I think the ideal here is that we're being proactive and figuring out solutions, as we already have, especially around interconnection, but going even farther to kind of buffer us against any of those future problems. The companies mentioned that they don't believe that 2020 growth should be at all costs or unsustainable, but I think that we a little bit disagree with that. I think it's important to remember that a lot of the interconnection problems that we brought up in our April letter were things that we were discussing for years before that. And I think that we've so far done a pretty okay job at addressing these in an efficient manner that I think has benefited both customers, the industry, and the grid on the whole. And I see no reason why we can't continue doing this kind of work, whether or not there's a pandemic. And I think that this serves as an example about how interconnection processes can be rapidly improved to benefit ratepayers and the broader industry. And then one final note I have on here is that I guess I'm worried that we have a lot of different pilots that the companies are proposing. And I think pilots have a time and place where they might be good, but at some point I do think we need to decide to jump as far as programmatic approaches to building out a larger DER industry. I think very, very basically, we've all decided here that DER is a very important part to 2045 goals. And in some ways, I think these interim tariffs that we have already are somewhat of a pilot in that they have capacity constraints and things like that. But I think the industry craves stability, and stability exists outside of a pilot approach. So that's kind of my one note on that. And then I have one last slide. So all my other slides were solar systems, but this is actually a picture of B-17s being built in a repurposed factory during World War II. And yeah, it's like a slide by a guy about warplanes from World War II. I get the stereotype, but I just think it's important to remember that during times of great struggle in this country, we've done a really good job at looking at something in a new light. This factory used to build cars, and now it's building planes for the war effort. I think similarly, we're looking at ourselves in a new light, not only this industry, but the processes in it. And we're doing a good job. And I think we can continue doing that in improving processes, interconnection processes, and building out programs. So I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Will. I think we have time for maybe one or two clarifying questions. Folks have them? Okay, hearing none, I will turn the floor over to the consumer advocate.
Thank you, Grace. I think you can flip to like the third slide, Grace. Thanks, Grace. Thank you, commissioners and commission, for providing this opportunity so we can provide a response to the company's suggestions. Rena and I are going to be playing tag team in this presentation, so I'll be doing a couple of the first slides, and then Rena will be doing some of the middle, and then I'll take over at the end. Some things I kind of wanted to note today, which I think all the parties kind of had a similar thoughts on, was that we're still going through the process of developing final proposals and comments for the program and ARDS tracks. So some of the comments that we're providing are preliminary, and actually on some of the slides you'll see that we have some questions that actually we're kind of hoping that could inform whether near-term steps can be taken instead of waiting till the end, and that some of those answers would actually help develop a more holistic approach to the programs, and that the objectives that we're shooting for are still the same, efficiency, transparency, and equity for all customers. Next slide, Grace. We don't have to spend too much time on this because actually Will and Lonnie both touched upon this. This is some of the actions that have already been taken. So I think Lonnie raised a good point where some of the things we're talking about, especially in this morning's discussion, relate to technical issues and actually the program track issues. But this slide is more the technical efforts that have already been done. Next slide. And this is where Rena is going to take over for the rooftop rental program.
Thanks, Marcy. Thanks, Grace. Yeah, so as Lonnie mentioned, our understanding is Hawaiian Electric is primarily seeking to expand interconnections through its pre-approval pilot. This segment deals with its proposal to put forward a rooftop rental, and Lonnie mentioned earlier that they're looking, I guess, now at evaluating it as a small demonstration project. Folks have noted that we also proposed a conceptually similar program as part of the host proposal in our update. And the intent was really to find a way to quickly reach underserved customers, including renters and low-income customers. And to be clear, the consumer advocate anticipated that this would complement existing and future DER tariffs and programs, not displace them or serve as a primary path for interconnection. And as Will mentioned, I think we all have questions, are still looking to get more information on how some of these programs would get fleshed out. With respect to the point raised about CBRE, I guess I'll just mention that in the last technical conference, we did raised that to folks, to stakeholders, whether they saw that as an issue or whether there were conflicts. And I think we haven't heard feedback so far that this type of model restrains participation in CBRE for subscriber organizations. But to the extent that there are concerns, I mean, we are open to hearing them, and we are looking forward to seeing how CBRE models might evolve in this upcoming, or because we're in phase 2 of the CBRE framework. And then finally, for all programs, we continue to hold that they should be cost effective, and cost effective on an all-in cost basis. So that includes not only for example, host compensation, but also integration and DER system costs. Next slide, please. So just briefly, because we mentioned in our program update, we noted that a number of utilities have rolled out pilot programs for utility-owned rooftop PV. And to be clear, we haven't reviewed all these programs, and we're not necessarily endorsing them for Hawaii, but we just wanted to note that our utility-owned solar programs have been rolled out. And based on some of kind of looking at some of these programs, it looks like in a number of cases, they've quickly reached their program caps. Next slide, please. And this is not a rooftop PV rental program, but it is a program for utility-owned storage by Green Mountain Power. So in addition to the Bring Your Own Device tariff program, I think Green Mountain Storage also has a storage system program that allows customers to lease storage systems that are owned and operated by the utility. And I think in one of the slides, I thought it was noted that Green Mountain Power or the Vermont Public Utilities Commission recently approved the utility storage and Bring Your Own Device pilots, a permanent tariff. Next slide, please. We also wanted to address a point raised by the DER parties that a recent LBNL study found under its base case scenario that utility ownership expands rate base but does not provide benefits to consumers. And just to be clear, the base case examined involved an increase in rooftop PV of up to 8% of residential sales over 10 years. Under this scenario, utility ownership of DER was a win for shareholders. It also increased non-participants' bills by about 2% relative to no PV, whether the systems were owned by the utility, homeowner, or third-party owner. Next slide, please. But we also, we also wanted to note that there are conditions the study pointed to that could result in a clearer win for all customers, including non-participants. And those included whether the utility is able to procure rooftop solar at a particularly low cost, the rental fee could be reduced. This does reduce benefits to the host, but also lowers the cost of the resource to the system. And whether utility ownership could facilitate higher value modes of deployment than would occur under home ownership or third-party ownership. And the examples that were raised were geo-targeting systems away from saturated distribution feeders, incorporating grid services, and adding storage. Next slide, please. In addition, in terms of other factors that could impact the results, the study found that higher background levels of existing or planned solar generation also increased the value of utility ownership for ratepayers due to greater potential for the utility to be able to mitigate integration costs. Next slide, please. And so generally, to the extent that Hawaiian Electric indicated that, I guess they're still determining whether commission approval would be needed for the demonstrations or pilots under consideration. But we did want to highlight we support the use of pilots, but emphasize that any program, and to the extent that pilots would allow greater data information to be collected that can inform impacts of the pilots. But we wanted to emphasize that any program application, particularly one that could pass costs on to other customers, should include a business case that analyzes the likely impact of the program to all customers, participants and non-participants in the near and long term, and also establishes the value of the proposed program relative to other alternatives. Next slide, please. And as it pertains particularly to a rooftop rental or host program, so we do conceptually support a program as a way to expand interconnection. We would want to see more of the details around how this would be implemented, what are the likely costs and benefits. We do support a pilot approach with well-defined objectives. So we've listed a few here that we would like to see, and data collection requirements that allow the program's impacts to be evaluated. We think that scaling or modifying candidate programs should be done pending those results. And so our intention is really, not to have a pilot for pilot's sake, but it's really to establish long-term DER programs that are easily accessible and can reach a broader market while providing value to all customers. Okay, next slide, please. And I will turn it back to Marcy. Thank you.
Thanks, Reen. So this is our comments on the 6-month proposal pilot program of the companies. I would like to note and make some caveats on this because we were part of a discussion yesterday that clarified some of the things that are being proposed, and we know that it's still a work in progress. But on this slide is putting down some of the points that were identified previously. I think for the most part, they kind of still hold, although that there have been some clarifications that Lonnie made this morning. Next slide. And then one thing I kind of wanted to note, I guess these were some discussion points related to the proposed pilot before yesterday. I kind of wanted to note there was kind of a misspelling here. It's not OCU, it's OUC. That's the Orlando Utilities Commission. But this proposed pilot is based on other jurisdictions identified by the DER parties in their April 3rd letter. I kind of wanted to note for those programs, utility approval is necessary to turn on the PV solar system. I think that point is still being discussed within, I guess, some of the discussions that HECO is coordinating. One thing I kind of wanted to note, I guess through this pre-approval process, it is going to be important to let customers know, I guess, the difference of what this pre-approval process will be and how that differs from the existing process right now. So, for example, if the contractor is able to move ahead to install, what are the responsibilities of the company at that point to the contractor? And as we move along through the process of when the system is completed, the validation process, and again, what is the responsibilities of the contractor versus the company. And so it's giving some thought of, is there different application forms that need to be signed, or I guess developed and signed? If there are issues after the installation procedure, what procedures should be identified for the company and contractor and the customer to follow to address any issues and follow up efficiently for the customer. I did note, Will had noted this already about concerns raised regarding the allotting of capacity by contractors. There were other concerns, and this is a work in progress, but it is important to note that this, as Lonnie mentioned, this seems to be a pilot program that would be more of a technical nature rather than the programs that we're discussing in the program track, like rooftop rental or bring your own device.
Hi, Marcy. Just going to give you a
Oh, sorry.
content warning.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Thank you.
So let's see. I guess this is our last slide. Next slide. So I guess the question was, how the company's rooftop rental program is responsive to the DR Party's interconnection expansion request. Reen went over several of these topics regarding the rental program. I would kind of note that what we're part of our proposal is that we're trying to identify an area that seems to have a market potential and an area of opportunity. So like Reen said about doing pilots, it's trying to craft a pilot that can develop into a program that would benefit this area that hasn't been developed as much. And that's all, Grace. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcy and Reen. Appreciate your presentation. Okay, I'm going to open the floor to clarifying questions just to start for potentially, or for the consumer advocate.
Can I jump in quickly?
Yes, please.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify on slide 55. I'll read it but in case you have questions. You indicated that the cost should be compared to the recent utility scale procurement. And so the idea is the cost installation of the rooftop rental program should be equivalent to that on a KW basis, plus the bill credit to the landlord or tenant or whoever would be receiving the bill credit, or the rooftop rental credit bill fee.
Sorry, is this this is the cost-effective bullet? Is that?
I believe so. Yes. Sorry, I don't have this in front of me, but the idea being that's sort of the price point that you want it to be compared to.
No, so I think the first bullet was we had asked an IR to Hawaiian Electric about whether they had a rental fee or bill credit calculation, and that they responded that I think they responded that they were still looking at that issue, but a proxy could be based on a utility scale RDG price adjusted to the distribution level and adjusted for size of the DER and the grid services that would be involved. And we just wanted to note, so we're not, we just wanted to note that when we consider the costs of the program, we're not just looking at, the compensation piece, right? We're looking at all the costs that would be involved, including integration costs, including, what Hawaiian Electric would be paying for the systems. So that was kind of the distinction that we were trying to make.
So sorry, again, is it the CA's position that the cumulative costs, acquisition of a customer, interconnection, permitting, installation, et cetera, plus bill credit should be at or below essentially the avoided cost of these utility scale resources?
So I think looking at all-in costs on both sides, right? We want to look at the all-in costs across resources.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Did commission staff have any questions?
I actually have a few questions if folks can. Oh, geez. I don't have enough screen for the different things I'm doing. I guess, first off, I noticed a few comments from the different parties about kind of concerns about the continued use of pilot programs, and that potentially it would be hard to manage multiple pilot programs at the same time, as well as it was not clear what we would do with the pilot programs after we either completed them or that there would be too many to even start or potentially start. One thought that comes to mind is if the different parties want to comment. Is there a potential to basically start a program without a pilot, and as it ramps up, consider that ramp up period to be like part of a pilot or the pilot, and then if it doesn't work, we potentially can stop it after during that ramp up period, or if it does work, we can just let the program continue. For any
Andrew?
party that wants to reply to that.
Yeah, great question. I think that's basically the approach we've taken to date, right? And it's just a matter of degree and how far and fast you want to go. I think in the previous round of developing tariffs, we explicitly called them interim tariffs. I don't think there was anyone's intention for them to be interim continually for this long, but that was the approach. In other contexts, like the feed-in tariff or the CBRE programs, they might not be sort of like the best models of success, but in any event, there was a concept of we're going to start with a phase initially and then ramp up additionally. So I think it's the same general concept, whether you want to call it a pilot or not. But I think the problem with the pilot and maybe the hives that it induces for some people anyway is that it's sort of like intentionally committing to just a little experiment or whatever, or study. And maybe we need to sort of set our sights higher.
Thanks, Isaac. Thanks, Andrew. I actually wanted to follow up on, I think, maybe a similar question, but I'm going to direct it at the companies. And I'm just wondering how much thought you all have given to more specific metrics for your demonstration projects to date, and whether you might be proposing sort of evaluation criteria for those projects in your status filing in December, and sort of the status of those conversations or thinking on that.
Hi, this is CEO. So for rooftop rental, the questions are good, fantastic questions, right? We do hear comments, whether it's pilots, demonstrations, what is the next step? What is the scalability? So the first step for rooftop rental, one of the metrics is cost effectiveness. So going in to even start the pilot, we want to be able to show the cost effectiveness. That's the first metric, so to say. While the pilot is going on, we're going to learn things. We're going to learn things that actually the DER parties have identified already for us. There was an IR that had a lot of questions, logistical questions that we don't necessarily have the answers today, and we need to figure it out. And we don't want to figure that out when we have 1,000 customers or 2,000 customers. We would like to start that at a smaller level so that we can identify them as a lessons learned and build out to the next phase so that we can show to the stakeholders and parties on this docket to say, we are better ready to scale up the size. We have shown that this is, and then the other metrics is traction. Some of the ideas that we're looking at is rental market and the amount of incentive that we ultimately calculate to cost effective level, and how we treat the owners of that the property is still to be determined. But once we select a pilot, it'll tell us if there are enough people interested in this. Reen mentioned that the other examples on the US mainland hit the cap relatively quickly. We hope that will be the case, but this pilot will tell us things of that nature. Thank you.
This is Shelley. I just want to add that to Grace, I think you had asked the question, that it will have clear objectives from which the evaluation criteria and measurable outcomes will be developed. And our intention is that those will help inform a scaled version of whatever pilot or demonstration that we put forward. But of course, we have to be prepared that it doesn't work. And so if that's the case, then in discussions with the parties, we may all agree that pre-approval is not working and let's go on to a different idea. But we believe that this pre-approval process has legs, and we just need to work out exactly how it should be rolled out.
Thanks. Can I add real quickly? But I think that that what approach you take, pilot or call it something else, is going to depend on the program that you're trying to roll out. So the DER parties have made clear that as far as the PV host or rooftop rental utility ownership sort of approach, we don't think it even justifies a pilot. But that's our position. Others have other positions. As far as the interconnection pre-approval pilot idea, I'm thinking I agree a lot with Lonnie and what she said her TECO team member said in terms of it's less of a program as a process improvement. So, I appreciate the utility starting off with a pilot concept, but I think this is not a program, and we shouldn't be thinking of this as a pilot program, but rather sort of like trying to move to as systematically as possible to a more efficient process.
If I can jump in briefly and tag on to that, Isaac, I appreciate part of the pre-approval process or moving away from conditional is to move to an as-built with the goal of having customers only have to sign one form, have minimal interactions, with the idea of trying to make it as simple and painless as a process, rather than having spent a lot of energy and effort of educating customers how to navigate a complicated process. You make the process itself very simple and easy. And I appreciate from a Hawaiian Electric perspective, trying to transform all forms or trying to transform that is going to take some time and effort and some iteration. But I agree with Isaac that the goal would be is, hey, we're going to start doing these steps and we're moving towards these steps and the overall goal is going to look like this. And I think that is just sort of a constant iteration, trying to make the process smoother, faster, better. And again, Electric has history of this, like the CIT tool, for example, is a good example of moving from something very complex and really bringing time down and being more efficient. And the hope is at the end of the day, we're all going to say everyone's more efficient, from utility, not having to review as many amendments, the customer having a much happier, satisfied experience. And hopefully from a contractor perspective, being able to say, hey, we're able to lower costs greatly because this process has gotten a lot more streamlined. So I guess agreeing with Isaac and sort of agreeing with the maybe pilot isn't the best term, but just a iterative process with sort of we know where the end state's going to be.
Yeah, so
And go ahead, Shelley.
I was just going to say, I don't want us to get caught up on nomenclature. I think we might all be talking about the same thing. The point being, let's start with a smaller volume to determine, if what we're proposing is making sense so that we can then adjust and scale. It's all part of a normal innovation process.
Sure. I think maybe my primary concern would be is to accept that it's flagged as a 12-month-long pilot, is that we may launch and 3 months in sort of say, hey, we're comfortable with this, and just making sure that we're able to keep accelerating rather than having to wait for a full 12 months and then decide what the next step's going to be. Thanks. Sorry, Irene, I think jumped over you.
That's okay. And I think to maybe build on both of those points, whether it's a pilot or demonstration, I think any candidate programs that there does need to be intentional consideration about the goals, the transitions, kind of at what points we're going to be able to assess and evaluate the data. And I did want to emphasize, because without, I think, intentionally sort of laying out, here's the data that we're going to evaluate to see if these objectives and goals are being met, then it kind of does become a pilot for pilot's sake. So I just wanted to emphasize that, our support of pilot program or sort of having these programs looked at on a smaller scale is really to get lessons learned that can inform the broader rollout. And that does mean making sure that we're going to be able to collect the data that's necessary to evaluate that and kind of build in periods between that perhaps and when the program would end or when a decision would be made about scaling or transitioning. Thank you.
Okay, thanks everyone. We're coming right up on our time. Did anyone else from commission staff have questions?
Thanks, Grace. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to double check my understanding. Rob, I think you had mentioned that the goal is to get to as-built approval. And I was wondering if that was like a collective goal between the DER parties as well as HECO. So I think, I just wanted clarification on if that's everybody's agreed in state goal.
Thanks, Rachel. I may actually let Hawaiian Electric field that one. I think nomenclature here, may be important, and that we may have different interpretations of that. I think we are suggesting as built. They're suggesting pre-approval. Again, probably defining what pre-approval is, which we haven't quite done yet. Like what size, what is it the system going to look like, is probably a key step. Is it something that the industry normally or customers normally would install and build? Then if so, I think we're going to be sounding a lot alike. If pre-approval is really limited to small systems or sort of an unusual set of settings, then we're not really moving the needle.
Rachel, I can chime in for Hawaiian Electric. I think generally we want to move to as-built, and we've had discussions about this with some of the solar parties. I think right now the process can get kind of messy when, like at the beginning of the process, contractors are sending us paperwork, but then system design changes, and so they have to go through a cycle of revisions and send us new information that we have to review, and then we send it back, all of which takes time. So I think there's general agreement that just to break out of that would be a process improvement. But I think part of the reason why we want to do pre-approval as a pilot, a demo, whatever you want to call it, is we just don't know what sort of adverse impacts could come out of shifting to this kind of process. Because it would be, as I think Robert mentioned, a pretty big shift in our current process. So our thinking is to test it and adjust and iterate as we go forward.
Thank you both. I appreciate the clarity.
Okay, thanks everyone. Appreciate your attention and thoughtfulness in this morning's session of our conference. We're going to break for lunch and return promptly at 1 o'clock for our afternoon session. So thanks again, and we will see you back here at 1 o'clock.
Oh my God. I hate this. Oh my God.
Sorry, Marcy, you're not
Oh,
muted, Marcy.
Marcy, you're not muted.
welcome back. I hope that you enjoyed your lunch. Since I've noted that not all people's videos are operable, so I'm seeing a few faces. And so if the face of the person who is presenting at 1 is not actually, if that person isn't actually here, please let me know. So we have coming up first a presentation from the Consumer Advocate, followed by a presentation by the companies. So we could jump right in if the person who's presenting from the Consumer Advocate's office is available.
I'm here, Rachel.
Oh, hi, Marcy.
Hi. Actually, since we have a little time, thanks, Andrew, for telling me my mute. Sorry, I think I need a vacation. I was just looking at our. I missed some points, and we had the pagination and some misspelling on our stuff. So yeah, kind of bothers me when I can't get those in.
We're all friends here. I think we're fine. Thanks, Marcy.
Sorry, I hope it's add some levity.
Yes. Yeah, it was a good lunchtime segue.
Yeah. But don't forget to mention to Dean I need a vacation.
Okay, will do.
Okay. So are you gonna be doing the slides again, Rachel?
I think we are getting them ready to go.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm just listening a little bit of side chatting. Are we doing the slides? Sorry.
Yes, 1 second. I'm just pulling it up now.
Okay, thanks. This is the beauty of working remotely, where like you can't really look across the way to someone. You just kind of sit in the ether and wonder what's going on. Thank you.
Should I go ahead and start, Rachel? Or you think we have?
I think we're good to go.
Okay. Okay, so So our presentation is on the responses to the DER party specific proposals. So to the initiation of the grid service program pathway, discontinue requirement for second meters in favor of equipment for emergency curtailment, and invite Hawaii Energy to inform LMI options for customers. Next slide. One thing before I get into this slide, I kind of wanted to mention the previous slide about, I think we're kind of looking at things holistically. So I guess you'll notice on the next couple of slides, we do have some questions, I guess, to help us, I guess, figure out whether these are near-term actions or whether we still have questions and need to give more thought on how that would work with the programs and in some ways ARDS. So looking at the initiation of grid service program pathways, on this slide I'm noting some of the actions that are already in place and in progress, and sorry if I'm missing any, but there's the existing systems have communications capabilities. Yeah. There's the facilitation of smart meters with IEEE 1547 2018 standard, which would also actually provide, I guess, communications, or I guess a standard way of communications capability. And then there's what we're looking to the pathway is development of DER programs, right? Whether through TOU or actual grid services programs. Next slide. So looking at some of the DER proposals, we do have some questions regarding the pathway about the communication connections. So there is, what are the existing communication connections and capabilities currently being utilized now by the DER systems? I guess that would be behind the meter. Under the proposal, how would the existing communication connections and capabilities change? Who would own the communications infrastructure? For individual DER systems, how would security issues, I guess that would be cybersecurity issues, be addressed? whether the proposed payment for communications capabilities in addition to the program and customer rates that we're currently developing. I think in looking at it holistically, it's trying to assess whether if these costs for communication capability is borne by all the ratepayers, that whether there has to be some consideration of whether the program and customer rates, for those programs for grid services would need to be, I guess, evaluated. And then for the last bit, it's what are the costs associated with the communications infrastructure and if investment and expenses in communication infrastructure are made by the companies, would those costs be recovered from all customers? So in that way, it's I guess it's talking about whether the expenses, whether capital costs would be rate based. We'd have to take a look at some of those issues. Next slide. Thank you. This is regarding the discontinue requirement for second meters in favor of equipment for emergency curtailment. We also have similar questions. I guess it would be what equipment for emergency curtailment is being proposed. Similarly, for the communication, who would own the emergency curtailment equipment? And for those last two bullet points, similar to the communication side, is it, I guess, how would we holistically look at those costs when we're developing program and customer rates, and the cost recovery mechanisms that we'd have to look at. Next slide. And for this slide, I'll start with the bottom. We welcome the continued participation of Hawaii Energy, as they did participate in the September 16th Advanced Rate Design Working Group, and that, it would be good if they could participate looking at it holistically to include Hawaii Energy. And one of the areas that we're looking at is efforts to design energy assistance programs for LMI customers. And next slide. Thank you. And I think that's all we had. We're open if anybody has any questions.
Thank you, Marcy. I did want to just ask kind of as a general, perhaps a general question. There were a number of questions, especially regarding some of the first two suggestions. But I'm curious if those questions, I guess not what are the questions getting at? I guess I'm trying to get a sense of if the underlying proposal is reasonable and the consumer advocate's position is like they would need answers to some of these questions to understand how best to implement, or if really getting a sense of whether implementation is reasonable, like needs to have these questions answered first before the consumer advocate will develop a position.
Yeah, I think it's the second part, Rachel. I think we're trying to ask these questions to formulate on what our recommendation would be on those proposals.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Are there other questions? Okay. Hearing none, we can progress to the company's response.
Thank you. This is Yo Kawanami. This segment, myself and Jennifer Baker will cover the slides. Next slide, please. Similar to CA, we covered the 3 items, so we can just skip this. Thank you. Next slide. So grid service program pathway, in order for us to really see, I appreciate Marcy's comment about the holistic view. We want to be consistent with our approach to grid service program that allows both PV storage type of resource as well as non-PV storage type of resource to both be able to participate. So currently we have the grid service purchase agreement contracts in place, which is the aggregator model. Assuming we have 1 executed and approved by the commission, we have 2 more pending approval. Based on those assumptions, we're saying that the next 3 years, because of those contracts are mostly residential oriented, that will be the pathway for, not only they were residential, but they were PV storage type of offerings from the aggregators. So the next 3 years, the grid service pathway for participation will be through the GSPA contracts. With that said, we heard the DER parties, and it was discussed internally as well about what about the others? What about the other types of resources, the more traditional demand response? So while not competing with the residential market, we, as Lonnie mentioned earlier this morning, we want to take a look specifically into small, medium business programmatic approach to see if there's something we can do there cost effectively and perhaps bring in traditional demand response into that picture as well. That's something we're contemplating, and we hope to provide a little bit more update in the December filing that we committed to. And in addition, the rooftop rental is also another programmatic type approach that we're looking at for expansions. Initially, it's mentioned here as part of the grid service pathway. We mentioned in our proposed updated proposal, excuse me, the rooftop rental really gives us the opportunity to test, understand the generation and storage capacity, and being able to figure out what types of grid service a rooftop rental system could deliver in addition to the obvious, which is energy. So that's why the rooftop rental is listed under here. Next slide, please. The discontinuation of second meter, specifically to the emergency curtailment, this was a topic that came up, and for Oahu, we do know that we, for lack of a better term, bypass by using the jumper cover for the second meter currently to approve so that the installation can be completed. What we did was we started to, again, look at this at a holistic level to figure out what exactly is the best way for us to proceed with this. Is it the discontinuation, or is it the second meter really the best option? So what we did recently was a request for quote to investigate methods, vendors that could deliver the curtailment, emergency curtailment under CGS Plus. Mainly there's 2 different options, the metering solution and the aggregator solution. And the aggregator solution is actually part of the tariff already. And then the metering solution, it could be 2 different types of metering solution. One managed by us, or a third party managed metering solution. So we wanted to see what that looked like, and we're currently assessing the cost implication, also the timing of things. With the COVID environment, we learned a lot this year, such that such emergency curtailment might be a necessary feature that we need to look into. So as part of this RFQ, what we're looking at is the device cost and the enablement cost to get something like this installed, and of course the annual cost. One of the questions that Marcy had was the communication cost. If I may digress just a little bit, our current legacy demand response program does cover the communication cost. It's a paging technology. So we pay the paging company so that we can control our 30,000 water heaters and air conditioners. We haven't migrated that over to a two-way communication, naturally, because two-way communications is a little bit more expensive than paging technology. And through a pilot years ago, we tested the reliability of relying on customer internet. We concluded at that pilot it was not a feasible option at that time. So options are now either through AMI meter technology or cellular or some other types of communications that we can apply to. So the annual cost that we're looking here, bringing it back to this slide, the annual cost we're looking at is finding out what different vendors are seeking to deliver their communication so that we have a consistent response to this effort. Similarly to the previous slide, we will also provide update on our findings and provide that in the December filing. Next slide. And then from this one, for Hawaii Energy, Jennifer Baker will cover. Thank you.
Hi, thanks, Yo. Hi, everybody. So I believe the question that was posed was whether we thought it was reasonable and implementable. And in line with the CA, the company definitely thinks it's reasonable to work with Hawaii Energy to develop options for LMI. With respect to the program track, we've been looking at the rooftop rental demo, and actually, now that I think about it, the small and medium business programmatic option. Those are two of the near-term demonstrations that we would definitely engage and already have started to talk to Hawaii Energy about. Just to talk about some of the existing offerings with aggregators that that Yo's team has put in place. One of the aggregators there actually talked with Hawaii Energy, and in addition to going in and acquiring folks into the grid services program, they also offered some energy efficiency programs that were available. So going forward, we're definitely going to keep Hawaii Energy engaged up here. I'm not going to read the entire list of things, but I just wanted to highlight some of the really good work that our ombudsman, Joanna Markle, has done. She's put a lot of energy and effort into working with Hawaii Energy, working with them to have access to a lot of the relationships with some of the nonprofits and a lot of these organizations that reach out to the underserved market. And with the economic impacts of COVID, we've really seen an increase of this engagement between the companies. Hawaii Energy, LIHEAP is one of the largest groups that Joanna's been working with, as well as some of the other organizations. We also have a lot of references to Hawaii Energy in the LMI website that Joanna has put up and stood up. So there's a lot of different means by which Hawaii Energy's programs and our work with them is combined in a touch point with the customers. I wanted to point out one thing. Yo had talked about an RFQ, and that's going to provide us with a lot of information on a lot of the more traditional demand response programs and access and pathway to grid services. I think there's a term that's often used called DR-ready devices, and that can have, the term DR-ready device can mean a lot of things to different people. And at least in the context of how our demand response programs are deployed, you can have a DR-ready device certified, but unless there's a certification process that includes that type of grid services that we're likely to run, there's no guarantee that it's going to respond. Sorry for the noise in the background. And certified devices are compliant with a set of rules. While devices may be certified, the vendor may not have particularly chosen to certify against a certain control that the utility plans to use. So, but that said, for future programs, it's possible that we could include a list of approved devices that the utility would have thoroughly vetted. So that, with respect to DR Ready, and in addition to, as Marcy and Yo had talked about, the communication costs, those are some things to consider going forward. But Hawaii Energy has talked about looking at DR Ready devices in some of their programs as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Jen. Those were our slides. Rachel, if there are any questions, we're happy to answer.
Thank you both. The floor is open if folks have questions, comments.
I have a quick one. With regards to this issue of DR ready devices and Hawaii Energy installing those, maybe you can catch me up to speed. Exactly what kind of devices are those including?
So, Jen, do you want to take that first? And
you can go ahead,
okay.
Since it's kind of relevant to like RFQ and integration with the GRMS and whatnot.
Yeah, I can cover. Thank you for the question. So, Hawaii Energy has provided a rebate to a DR ready device. In this particular example was a water heater controlling device, and the device would then could be used for, and if an aggregator decides to use that device, they could get a rebate on that. So that was the example. And then I believe Jen and I saw a battery rebate offering that they're planning for. So whether that's going to be also DR ready is sort of the discussion that happened at the collaboration meeting on how can we align better on some of the services and offerings that Hawaii Energy has been offering to. As Jen alluded to, if we didn't talk and if the DR ready devices were not necessarily being installed but just being provided a rebate, we may not actually know about it and we may not be able to use it. So in that sense, the idea is we Hawaii Electric don't have a control on what the aggregator utilizes for their devices. That's up to them because our contract with an aggregator is $1 per kW. So the programmatic approach that we're looking for may have a better control and be able to say, this device would be good. Hawaii Energy, can you help us with this? And then we offer that device to be the package or linkage for that programmatic approach is one of the ideas that's out there.
Right. Yeah, thanks. So I've been hearing references to this Hawaii Energy initiative, and maybe it's just me, but I wasn't aware of the details. So is the rebate issued just by installing the device on the hope that it'll be used later, or you only get the rebate once you sign up for a program or something like that?
And that's the perfect gap that we have, Isaac, right now. Today, right now, the mere purchase will allow the receipt of the rebate.
Gotcha.
And it doesn't connect us to utilizing it. So we want to, and they recognized it too. So we're talking, Isaac, and we're trying to fill in the gap so that whatever, maybe we can actually connect it to the way you put it, which is that they will get the rebate when they subscribe or enroll into our grid service programs that we have. That's sort of the ideal situation we want to get to.
Well, no, and I appreciate that, but this is directly on point, even to the DER party's proposal. And frankly, I wasn't aware of this Hawaii Energy initiative when we were putting together the DER party proposals, but I think the principle and the spirit of it is exactly the same, which is that, grid interactive water heaters is a no-brainer if you look at the math. And maybe it's the initiative of starting to install those, while these things are going in, to make sure that once we get their act together and getting a program going, then they're there, ready to go. So I think the principles are the same, and I appreciate you sort of getting me up to speed on the Hawaii Energy efforts.
Thank you, Isaac, and thank you, Jen, for keeping us aligned with this.
Yeah, I think so, Isaac. The grid interactive water heaters. Gosh, you and I can't even count how many years. It's been 8 years, maybe, or so since the start of. Actually, it was the commissioners at the time that brought that technology to light and So we actually piloted grid interactive water heaters about 8 years ago, I think, and we tested out. We actually went through the process of testing 3 different technologies, and since then, actually now 4 different technologies. We started small scale, so we did 3, and we got data, and then we evaluated the different technologies. Some of them fell out of the market, and the most recent one that we used, and then we expanded from 3, I think it was, to 30. Then we went to 500. That was all pilot phases, and Hawaii Energy was part of that as well. When we finally had an actual technology selected and a grid service that could be provided, Hawaii Energy was there to help with the rebate, but all of that was already in place. And so there was a program to which we could verify the grid interactive water heaters were going to be connected and utilized, and they're still utilized today by the utility. And so the next step after that, YO has gone through the multiple GSPAs, and one of the aggregators, as I mentioned, now that there's a GSPA in place and the backend system for us to actually connect to these devices, Hawaii Energy worked with that aggregator to look at ways to help offset some of the costs for the LMI customers, although that was more of an agreement between Hawaii Energy and the aggregator. But it's been, you know, a work in progress for 8 years, but now we're at the point where it is more straightforward and simple to include Hawaii Energy in that collaboration. But it wasn't just a 1 or 2 year process.
Thanks for the history explanation.
Hi, this is Will PC. Can you hear me okay? Yes, no?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
I just wanted to, I mean, I've had this discussion on other forums where we've talked about grid interactive water heaters, specifically this shifted energy pilot, which actually, I mean, I love just personally water heaters are such a huge electrical load in Hawaii that can be addressed in a number of different ways. And I think conceptually, like, this kind of pilot program is very interesting, but I note that, like, I wonder if this is maybe almost, these types of programs are almost too complicated. Like, you know, for decades, analog and digital water heaters have been around and been installed by plumbers across Hawaii for solar water heaters that have electric backup, or electric water heaters and all kinds of things. And those timers themselves can be as cheap as like $20 and can drastically alter a tenant's power bill, especially under time of use scenario. So I wonder if Hawaiian Electric has examined expanding these types of programs. I mean, you know, you have the shifted energy grid interactive water heater, which probably has a little bit more functionality, and I believe it has communications protocols with the utility, but it's also, I think, a lot more expensive, right? In the hundreds of dollars as opposed to less than $100. And so I wonder if Hawaiian Electric has looked at other existing technology to be used for these types of things. And two, I think the other interesting part about that is that these types of programs also apply to not just people who own homes, but renters as well. It's very easy to install a water heater timer on your water heater as a renter, and I think it's relatively easy to get permission from the homeowner because it ends up being in their benefit. And this isn't something that Hawaii Energy yet rebates, but might be worthwhile to look at. And I wonder if the HECO has any comments on that.
Thank you, Will. Before Jennifer and our time, there was a program called the Penguin Timer. I have no idea why it's a penguin, but it was exactly what you said. It was a cheaper device that basically kept the water heaters off during the peak time, and it was deemed very successful through the evaluation, measurement, and verification. The drive, there's two drivers to your point, Will. One is the ability for system operation to actually press a button and dispatch a grid service. The second is to have something like a timer or time of use program or advanced rate design where it's driving a behavioral change to change the shape of the system load profile. And ultimately, the planning team will tell us which is more valuable. I think is what it's going to come down to. And you're right, the grid interactive water heater can do all of that, plus a little bit more when it comes to fast frequency response. And the added cost is being justified by the added capability. But it all comes down to grid service needs and how we do that. So as we look into time variant, time of use type of programs, is there going to be a day where we're going to create a time of use program with help with perhaps Hawaii Energy to say, hey, can you help us offer something up here to help them reap the best benefit and do a behavior change on time of use, and the value for that is that. And if we, demand response side, formerly known as demand response, lose out on that potential because of that, because that value is higher, that's sort of where it goes. And because the resource that we're utilizing, the challenge is exactly the same, whether it's an electric vehicle or battery or a water heater. When it's being used, a water heater can, to your point, highest load, right? 4.5 kilowatts. But we don't calculate our demand response potential at 4.5 kilowatts. Even Shifted Energy and the other vendors that we worked with would calculate it at a much lower number because the availability, the actual availability is not 4.5 for all the resource at any given time. And that will be the same for the battery, because the primary purpose for the battery should be the customer and not for the utility. And that's the balancing act that we're still working on, Will.
Hey, really quickly, I appreciate this discussion. Our purpose was not to get into the cost-benefit analysis of grid interactive water heater technologies, but just to point out that there's some overlapping principles here. And the purpose, I don't want to steal Robert's thunder, who's coming up next, but the purpose of our near-term baby step proposal is to get going on, again, a pathway up toward grid services for DERs with this monitoring capability, and save costs by doing it by getting rid of this, appendix second meter requirement. So anyway, maybe there's other questions, or we can get to that discussion with Robert.
Thank you, Isaac. Thank you, Yo and Jen. As this is the last slide, did you have any closing comments, Yo or Jen, before we transition to DER parties?
Okay, thank you, Rachel.
Sure.
Okay.
Hey, Rob, I understand you are speaking on behalf of the DER parties. The floor is yours.
I am. Do we have the slides possibly? And Isaac, thank you for not stealing my thunder. Now so compelled to bring some. Thank you. Go ahead and go to the next slide. So part of this proposal was instigated by the fact that hundreds or thousands of DER systems are going in today with the capability of offering grid services. But there is not a realistic or immediate pathway for them to be able to offer that. I acknowledge Hawaiian Electric has pointed out that there is an ongoing GSPA. However, that GSPA, I think, significantly missed HECO's own targets for grid services. And I think also there's been communication that there will not be another procurement for at least another year or so. And so, we believe that the value of having lots of DERs deployed is having as many of them as possible participating in providing a flexible resource that hopefully A, drives us quicker to our 100% RPS goals, but also allows us to have the ability to avoid other types of investment that drive up costs for everybody. The cost of trying to retrofit systems that have already been installed is significant in comparison to signing a customer up at the time of sale or at the time of installation. There are potentially technical concerns, making sure that the system can provide the exact services that Hawaiian Electric wants. So it may be new communication infrastructure. It may be a larger system, a larger battery. There may be sort of technical requirements to update that system to be ready to do something. There may be, and there will be, significant customer education costs in trying to educate the customer about the new program, try to enroll them, and you're essentially duplicating the costs that would have been incurred if you did it at the time of sale. So again, in short, trying to enroll customers at the time of sale, at the time of installation makes sense. You're aligning all the customers' expectations and interests at the same time versus trying to go afterwards and try to resell or realign at that time. It's a much more difficult thing. So our ability to get significant participation is greater if we have the pathway today versus trying to create a program for 3, whatever number of years in the future. In addition, I think we recognize that a discussion trying to exactly nail down the value of services, particularly without having the utility take the lead and really trying to provide values and identify the needs, is going to be challenging and time consuming. And so I think the idea here was, let's create the mechanism for those services to be dispatched, create some parameters around what the valuation would be, and then it's in Hawaiian Electric's hands to determine when that resource is useful and valuable. And again, coincidentally and unfortunately, for example, KIUC yesterday released a press release stating they're asking customers to reduce load and to warn people that there was going to be rolling blackouts. I think it shows, by its nature that there was a capacity need yesterday, and that having a dispatchable, flexible resource that there's some visibility into and control would be useful. Similarly, in California, with the wildfires, California also had problems meeting the system needs. And they actually started phone calling many of the different solar providers to make sure that their systems weren't charging from the grid in anticipation of a blackout and increasing the load at a time when you needed it the least, but rather we're trying to reduce load or take it off the grid, ensure that they didn't have a blackout situation. Again, the idea of trying to create a pathway, create visibility and control seems inherently beneficial as we move to 100% RPS. You can move to the next slide, please. So Hawaii, despite being, I think, the first state to deploy sort of modern lithium-ion batteries, is significantly behind many other states who have a much smaller DER market and creating a grid service programmatic tariff. So obviously Green Mountain Power gets a lot of attention. It's not a vertically integrated market, so it becomes easier potentially to value grid services. But it has over several thousand systems currently enrolled, and it's able each year to demonstrably demonstrate concrete value to all ratepayers and to compensate those customers. In addition, by creating this market mechanism, this programmatic way of creating grid services, thousands of customers now have backup capabilities as a result of batteries being deployed in their home. As a side tangent, obviously there is a question about utility ownership that rises by pointing to Green Mountain Power. I'll point out there's at least 2 significant differences that should be recognized. One, that when Green Mountain Power created this program, they did not have a DER market or a storage market in particular, which is sort of the normal circumstance when you propose a utility pilot, is to address a market gap when the market isn't actively servicing. And 2, Green Mountain Power has really earned, I think, a great deal of trust and recognition from both regulators and stakeholders. And they developed, in concert with stakeholders, one of the strongest BYOD tariffs. And I think that's why they're able to get consensus and sort of do things maybe other utilities wouldn't be able to do or might not, be willing or want to do. If you can move to the next slide, please. So our concept here is to start recognizing the value of creating a communication network that is tied into Hawaiian Electric's DERM system, providing both visibility and some level of control. And we are suggesting following the same concept as a GSPA of having a qualified aggregator that a customer would enroll with the idea that The qualified aggregator would be on the hook to ensure the communications are happening on a day-to-day, month-by-month basis, would be able to provide some level of certainty control to the system operator, and also be able to manage customer expectations and balance with why they purchased the DER in the first place. The idea is, in California, I think when these conversations first started happening several years ago, the utilities originally stated that they wanted to be the aggregator of control. And I think as they started diving into the pragmatic issues of managing communications, managing system expectations, who handles what when something breaks, I think they switched over to the qualified aggregator approach, in part because they want certainty and confidence that resources are there and not necessarily wanting to have to be the central person managing it. So again, we think that approach makes sense, and we would suggest creating a qualified aggregator program that aggregators could sign up, and then customers have the ability to choose in the market of who they want it to go with. We've discussed it quite in depth, so I don't know if we necessarily need to go in great detail. The idea of when exports are dispatched, doing it at least at retail rate compensation in order to ensure the customer essentially is neutral to that electron flowing out of a battery. And to the extent that you are forcing a customer to purchase power from utility, there would have to be some recognition that they're being compensated for that essentially forced load that they otherwise could have served themselves. I do have the CA's questions that they had, and I'd be happy to kind of walk through some of them, but maybe just for the sake of time, I'm going to maybe push that to the back if that's okay. If we can move to the next slide. So I'm going to turn it over just in a second to Steve Rimshaw to talk about the emergency curtailment or the second meter issue. I guess I did want to just briefly, again, sort of tying into the fact that a lot of other jurisdictions are moving pretty fast with BYOD tariffs. I'd be concerned about using something like a rooftop rental program as a test pilot to understand how these systems work. The reality is we know how these systems work. Hawaii is far ahead of anyone else in the deployment and the understanding of what they do. And if nothing else, we can just look at other jurisdictions if we need to know what type of BYOD services can be provided, reliability, how it works, how the market develops from it. So again, I guess I would be very skeptical of a pilot for this information when we should already have it at our fingertips. But with that, let me turn it over to Steve, if you don't mind taking on this topic.
Sure, thank you, Robert. And I'm not going to try to start the video. I had the same video problem yesterday on WebEx, so I'm not going to risk it. But you can move to the next slide. We're responding to the specific question from the agenda, where we're clarifying whether 1547-2018 standard meets the functionality and when the standard will apply to new systems. So there is a recent publication of 1547.1/2020, which is the test procedure that manufacturers can use to certify to the 1547-2018. The function that's most appropriate to use as a curtailment function, as envisioned by the second meter, would be the limit maximum active power function. And I've referenced the specific section of the standard. So within the test procedure and the test protocols, they essentially ensure that you can provide this, functionality that Hawaiian Electric's looking for. It would, interface with the inverter through the aggregator or by other means. And then there's the questions about, when will this apply to new systems? I haven't read Hawaiian Electric's filing on 1547-2018 that I believe has gone out recently, but I understand from those discussions, January 2022 is where all systems would be required. But manufacturers can certify to this standard today, either self-certify or go to a NERDL and certify. Obviously, both would have different level of cost, but there'd be comfort from Hawaiian Electric that these systems have been tested and certified to the standard. So I think it's really up to Hawaiian Electric as to how it makes sense to proceed. Definitely, if my understanding is of the second meter collar, they aren't being used today, so that
definitely seems like a waste, and it's a cost that's not needed. You know, these inverters have these capabilities, so whether it's an aggregator, you know, enabling it and activating the function, you know, or if it's a gateway at the or the inverter itself that directly communicates by other means, the capabilities are definitely within 1547 2018. So I'm happy to answer questions on that. I don't believe there are any other questions for these slides, but this was in direct response to the questions raised.
Yeah, if you can go ahead. I'll take over the last portion. You can go to the next slide, please. So one of the commission questions specifically was what the scope of the ask was here. And I'm copying the language on the left-hand side from the brief, and then sort of maybe a more detailed explanation on the right. Specifically, all of our policies that we have in date, if you go back to even NEM, were designed so customers are serving their on-site load. So if a customer on a NEM system exported more than the load they had, essentially at the end of the year, that credit was forfeited. With CGS Plus, it's now on a monthly basis, or CSS now, for example, customers get no credit for any exports. And so all of our tariffs today, and just generally most of the philosophy behind our programs, encourage customers only to focus on self-load, which is sort of what we're asking for the commission to signal an interest or desire or a direction that we need to really revisit that, particularly looking at, you know, even the preliminary results of the IGP and the relative expensive resources we're going to be selecting in order to get 100%, including offshore wind and a large amount of biofuels, that this may be the better approach. If you can go to the next slide. So you're looking here at a rooftop solar systems installed by a home builder, built essentially the smallest size possible. So this is roughly, I believe, like a 2.5 kilowatt system, relatively small, plainly would serve, you know, the normal customer sort of average use, but there's definitely going to be peaks and valleys, and particularly in the future as homes are electrified, this isn't going to cut it. These customers are going to have to revisit installing a new solar system in the future. Go to the next slide. You talked about previously, the primary costs of installing the system can be the cost of permitting, the cost of interconnection, and the cost of rolling a truck up to a home in order to install and actually educating that customer and getting the customer to sort of proceed forward. Those costs are all the same regardless essentially of how big the system's being built. So if the customer's load is 4 kW, but they want to future-proof against future electrification, designing and having electric vehicles, and the idea is to allow them to build larger and be able to provide a resource to the grid at, you know, hopefully a more efficient cost. Put another way, you know, it should be a standing policy of the state of Hawaii to encourage clean energy deployment at a cost-effective manner. It's essentially what we're looking for. Next slide. So again, just looking at the opportunity, this is credit to Professor Fripp, who pointed me to this resource. If you look at Google's Project Sunroof, you know, just looking at all of the available rooftops currently today, and assuming that you were to put solar on them, you know, the technical capacity is approximately 6 gigawatt hours per year, which, you know, is pretty close to our current loads of about 7.6 gigawatt hours per year. Next slide. But sort of under the business as usual forecast, the most recent IGP forecast that I could find was looking at, you know, a far smaller amount of PV and batteries being deployed by year 2050. You know, fundamentally about, you know, approximately about approximately about the same as the future growth of electric vehicles alone. So really, you know, not being a significant resource in comparison to what the technical potential is. Next slide. So again, the scope of the ask is really a policy direction of saying this is the direction we want to go. We recognize there's going to be some limits, and just for the sake of starting the conversation and throwing something on the wall, there's obviously going to be technical limitations, like such as the interconnection process. That's going to limit how big a system can or can't be. You're going to have economic restraints. Adding a lot of additional equipment is going to increase the cost, and the customer is going to have to evaluate what the value is for exporting and getting credit for that versus the cost of building bigger and bigger. So you're just going to have a natural market signal, which is here's the value of your resource, and if you can build it effectively, you should do it. And then, there's also going to be some policy discussions we're going to have about how to address circuit level constraints. If we decide that more DR growth is in the benefit of the overall system, how do we do that in a way that fairly balances the cost of increasing hosting capacity? Again, all topics that I don't think we can solve today, but just sort of flagging these are the types of conversations we need to get into, and we can't without some type of policy directive saying this is where we want to head. Next slide, please. Thank you. Hopefully we are on time and available for any questions. Rachel, I'll leave it to you if you want me to try to address some of the consumer advocates' questions, or we can just sort of open it up if there's specific ones they want to target.
Thanks, Rob. We do have a question to start off this question and answer period. So if I could start there with Dave Parsons, and then if there are other questions, I'd like to address those. Since we have the consumer advocate questions before us already, if there's time to address them, we can, but if not, that may come in writing at a later point. So Dave.
Thanks, Rachel. This question is for Hawaiian Electric. In your presentation, you mentioned that the company is thinking that the GSPA should be the exclusive pathway for delivering grid services, at least for the residential customers. Do I understand that right? And how does that sort of square with, the grid services rider that's been proposed? Is the intention that that would only be for commercial customers, or am I missing something?
To create a fair market for the residential customers with choices, we felt that it might be confusing for a customer that's contemplating installing a PV storage system and also participating in grid service to have choices of aggregator 1, 2, and 3, and then Hawaiian Electric as a choice. And we could see a scenario where those aggregator would make a complaint, official complaint towards our contractual agreement, that they probably felt that they were in a free market to solicit their customer as they see fit. And yet there is this large program called Hawaiian Electric offering something very similar, direct, more direct. And we wanted to avoid that while the ramping was going on with that. I'm not sure if I'm answering exactly what you're looking for, Dave, but we wanted to avoid that confrontation with the aggregators.
I can add to that. This is Shelley.
Yes.
To clarify. So Yo said it right, but I just want to clarify and emphasize that we're talking about GSPs just right now while they're still ramping up. And so the market is still being proven, as everybody knows, for these GSPAs and for these aggregators. We have our first GSP in place, and they're still working through the enrollment process, and then 2 more will be starting. So our thought was for this initial period, while they're still kind of getting solid ground under them, that we didn't want to create noise in the market while we're still trying to determine this model here, and that there would be a period to be determined, but they are enrolling over the next 2 to 3 years. And at some point during that time, we'll all be able to determine how well that's working or not.
Thanks, Shelley and Yo. I guess I'm just sort of confused because, this is sort of from a separate proceeding. so I don't want to get into it too much, but just to note that in the PBR proceeding, there was discussion of additional programmatic opportunities to fill the grid service needs that have not been met with the GSPAs so far. And so I guess, if the proposal is to pause, grid services procurement for 2 to 3 years, I guess that was just new to me. I hadn't heard that or seen that before, so I just wanted to clarify what the thinking was.
So Yo will know the details better, but I think we clarified in the PBR docket and at IR what our path forward was and what we had intended. But part of that response is related to the timing of IGP, which we anticipate will have grid needs defined in the third quarter of 2021. And once that's defined and understood, then we can go after additional grid services, which would supersede the amounts that we were offering in the last RFP that we had, which was representative of what the market potential was, not necessarily the grid needs.
Okay, I'll stop asking questions now for let others chime in. Thanks for the response.
I think just briefly following up on that, again, our proposal on the programmatic wasn't necessarily putting Hawaiian Electric in the role of the sole aggregator of a program. Again, I think we were still trying to conform with the idea of using aggregators to meet that load and to meet that service and to be contractually obligated with Hawaiian Electric and accountable for that. And the idea is, again, presumably we've missed targets. Having more resources is valuable, and maybe even letting customers have some of that choice is valuable as well.
I think it may be helpful to speak to the term targets, because as I mentioned, that was based on potential, not necessarily targets. And until we do IGP, get the results from IGP, it's undeterminable as to whether or not we have those grid needs and would be able to utilize cost effectively additional resources. And if Colton wants to add to that, to my elementary explanation, I welcome him to do that.
Can I just add before Colton jumps in? I realize those were sort of static targets that were just sort of imported into the previous PSIP. And actually, we had some concerns from the other side in terms of, the PSIP didn't model the full potential of DR, which could have gone beyond what was just sort of, built in like that as an assumed number. Sorry, I got distracted. Somebody was waiting at me. But so there's that, and maybe Colton. Now, yeah, sorry, I had more, but I totally got off the mental track. So I'll come back in. Thank you.
Whatever you do, don't wave to Isaac.
now I know his kryptonite. And so I actually jumped in while Shelley was speaking, so I don't know if I have great context on this, but I think Shelley, you got it right that the most recent procurements we've done was establish a target based around potential within the market, not tailored specifically to a system specific need. We really wanted to test what the market could do. I think where you landed on your point, and tell me if I have the wrong context to that, is as we look to figure out what we should be procuring going forward, should factor in what and how much of it does the grid need and how much it can be used, because really any cost-effective use of any resource is going to be a function of how much of a need the electric system has for that particular service. And that going forward grid need, as you stated, is going to be done as part of the IGP process, which takes into account the changes of grid needs that we've experienced over time as we've made a pretty significant change in the electric system between 2016 when we did the PSIP and the resources that were part of the grid then versus what resources we have today and what will be part of the grid in the next couple of years, all of which have different contributions of different types of grid services.
Again, just to make sure we're not missing each other, I think we recognize that evaluation could be complex. What we're proposing is creating a pathway. So we're essentially creating the ability for Hawaiian Electric to have access to this resource. Because if you don't do that now, the cost of getting access or cost of that resource is going to be far greater in the future. So giving you access to visibility, capacity, and some level of control is the idea that you now have those tools. And if you don't deploy it, you're just essentially paying for the access. You're not paying necessarily for the retail rate compensation if you actually had to dispatch. But again, if you have a situation like KAC's had, and I recall last October Hawaiian Electric had, where you had to tell people, everyone's turning the air conditioners on, it's really humid, and we don't have the other resources available, you have that resource now available to you. Thank you.
Thanks, Robert. So Robert said what basically slipped my mind. It was a lot of those types of points, and also that I find it hard to believe that we have to wait to the end of the IGP process to confirm that we can go more aggressively in terms of getting grid services from DERs. I mean, we're planning utility scale batteries, we're planning big substations, and yet basically we're saying like press pause on expanding grid service opportunities. It just doesn't add up, frankly.
Commissioner Potter, I think you're speaking, but there we go.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Great. Can I ask a question just real briefly? Great, thank you. I want to clarify what I heard from both Shelley and Colton. So if you guys can help elaborate just a little bit. So you keep referring to this market potential, and I'm assuming that you're referring to the DR potential study that was completed in 2015. Is that correct?
I believe that's the date of it. I'm going to look to Yo to confirm for me.
Yes, and then it was updated in 2016.
2016. Okay, great. And so in that, you're stating that you were looking at the market to determine what the potential was for grid services. What does that mean when you're looking? Were you looking to the market as in terms of like market participants that could bring these services in, or were you doing just sort of it had really no connection at all to the types of resources that would be necessary to operate the grid? Or tell me what you mean by the market potential there.
I'll let Yo respond, but it's basically looking at what equipment and end uses are out there that could potentially participate, but I'll let Yo expand.
Thank you, Shelley, and thank you, Commissioner, for the question. The potential, there's, I would try to make it cohesive without sounding like spiraling, but the DR potential study that was done looked at the resources that was available, and it started in 2013, 14, 15 timeframe. Commissioner, batteries were not hot in that potential study. It was very much driven by how many water heaters are out there, how many air conditioners are out there, and what commercial entity would be willing to provide conventional, traditional demand response. So that was really the market potential. And we further ran the DR potential based on the grid services that was defined at that time. So since then, IGP has honed in and sharpened the pencils on the type of grid services for all the islands. And furthermore, again, apologies for the digression all over the place, but the phase 1, phase 2 of the RDG contracts have come in at a lower price than what we projected and at a higher megawatts than we projected with batteries attached to it. So that sort of changed the dynamics of the PSIP and our DR potential on how we fit into the picture. So we're trying to act accordingly and figure out what is that market, what is the grid service that we want to participate in, so that we continue to use the word cost effective and equity for the purpose, so that when we see DER resources coming online, we can legitimately say we have a chance at lowering everyone's bill accordingly, is sort of the goal that we have.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. Just to follow up really quick. So essentially, you did sort of a appliance saturation survey, and in order to understand what end uses were available for demand response, and then you tested the market as well by going out to procure demand response under certain scenarios. But it really didn't have anything to do with, say, the actual grid needs at the time, or how those resources could provide service for those grid needs. And essentially there was just a real disconnect. It was more of like, we're just sort of feeling things out, and that's where we are 5 years later today, using those numbers still in order to try to determine what amount of DR we need, or the grid services we should procure. But those actually aren't really based in any sort of foundational, like, this is what the grid could actually use today. We don't have that information. Is that correct?
Yeah, so Commissioner Potter, this is Colton. If you don't mind me just kind of taking over for Yo to respond. So what Yo said is right around the market potential, sort of defining the volume or the scale. But when we did the RFP, we did focus on grid services that during the time periods leading up to the RFP, we identified the types of grid services that were actually useful and valuable to the system. So the category and types of grid services were defined based upon our needs. And if you guys recall, I think we had several meetings where we spent a lot of time talking about what the definition of fast frequency response was, and differentiating between FFR1 and FFR2. So we did look at what kinds of grid services we needed. The magnitude or the volume of that we might have needed was really driven more by what the studies were telling us of what the market potential is to see how much we could get. So I want to kind of add that there's actually those two pieces to it.
Okay, that's helpful. So I'm going to take away, we still have a lot that we don't know right now, which basically what I've heard is that we'll know more by Q3 2021.
Correct.
And in the meantime, here we're designing programs, making some pretty good assumptions, I hope, around what will be necessary on the grid based on that 2021 sort of Q3 projection.
Correct. And for those of you who had the pleasure of participating in our Solutions Evaluation and Optimization Working Group, the SOG, you got a preview of some initial resolve runs looking out into the future that identified time-based grid needs for different grid services and how that varied over time. So, that gives you a sense of the things we're beginning to look at. So Isaac, to your question, we do have some preliminary grid needs identified, but ultimately what we come out of that is going to be very dependent upon the assumptions that are used by the analysis that you saw, or the results of the analysis that you saw. And a lot of those things are still moving pieces. A lot of the projects that are underway that may or may not materialize, hopefully as many of them or all of them do, as well as continued expansion of existing programs and new programs. Those are all affect future grid needs, and that's where it's somewhat dynamic in nature. So apologize if it came across as though there is absolutely no information, right? We've got some preliminary looks that we can actually use. I think it comes down to the question of how confident are we that we're willing to spend money to procure those resources, the grid services in the specific volumes at this point in time. And I do understand that needs to be in the context of what Bob said, right? Well, I'm sorry. What Robert said earlier. Sorry, I had to leave this WebEx for another WebEx where there was another Robert who calls himself Bob. Sorry about that, Robert. But DER resources, whether it's acquired through a procurement or a program, is different from other resources in that you need to have time for the resources to get built, right? So you get the capacity and the volume that you need. It's not something where you can just ask for it and then someone does a project and it's there, right? It does need some time, especially for programs. In recognition of that, we're still keeping that in mind as we try to figure out how do we best move forward with some procurements or programs for grid services in a way that helps to build and sustain the industry and the program capacity, right? To your point, Robert. At the same time, leads us to decisions and expenditures and the acquisition of resources through whatever means that are actually going to be usable by the system, that we don't acquire too much or we don't acquire too little, right? In totality, and that's, I think, the struggle that we have right now. Not to say that we're not saying that we don't want to or we can't do anything. I think this is an issue where we are trying to figure out how to be as smart as possible going forward, so that whatever programs and whatever grid services we end up adding to our system are done so in a way where we have as little regret of the decisions we make.
I think the challenge and the thrust of what we're trying to present is essentially that by not doing anything programmatically or delaying future procurement, it is effectively a decision not to have those resources available. And I'm just not sure that's as well understood, that the cost of trying to retrofit or go back to existing DERs is high, and those resources just may not be there. And so, it's open the net now and start capturing things, or the decision to delay essentially say we're not going to have those resources available. So again, I understand the decision to try to find the most cost-effective approach, which is why, again, I think we're trying to push towards a pathway with the idea that we're giving you the keys to drive the car, but it's your decision whether you want to drive it or not.
I think another way of saying what Robert just articulated was missed or lost opportunities. And this pathway, I think, as Robert emphasized, it does give us, or the utility, incremental benefit in the meantime, that the utility can get that visibility it always wants, and get a better understanding of how these DERs operate. And if it wants to even start, deploying these resources in the meantime, I think, Robert said we're open to that. Just make sure it's NEM for now, pending better analysis. But yeah, let's not get stuck in the analysis paralysis situation.
May I ask a quick question?
Thank you, Carl, for asking. I just want to comment that we've blown through the break. This is a robust dialogue with meaningful input being provided. So everyone seems rapt, for those that I can see their faces. So I'm going to continue and allow Carl to ask the question. And then, Carl, after that, we'll just take a quick 5-minute break and then jump into the final presentations of the afternoon. So, Carl, go ahead.
All right, I've been using this table that was provided in the response to the PBR evidentiary hearing that shows these targets for grid services and the amount that was obtained by the various programs. And at the bottom line is the variance, or the remaining amount. And some of those are zero. And I guess this is maybe following up on Jenny's point, but is there no value at this point to any of these grid services at this point? So, I mean, is it true that right now there is still a value to HECO to attain FFR1, FFR2, load build, load reduction for all the companies? Is that statement true? There's still value in attaining it now. And what you're talking about is knowing how much there might be in potential or making plans now. But I'm just trying to figure out, is there existing remaining value right now for each of these services?
So Carl, this is Colton. Let me take a swing first and ask others to jump in. So we attempted to, as much as possible, coordinate the timing and scope of the grid services RFPs as well as the stage 2 RFPs. And we were mindful in scoping what we were seeking within the stage 2 RFP with what we were asking for in the grid services RFP. So to give you an example for FFR, we looked at obtaining FFR from both grid services to the grid services RFP as well as from resources in the stage 2 RFP. So on the outcome of that, and guys, you guys need to kind of help me with my memory, but I think it was it on the Big Island of Hawaii where the total amount of FFR that we identified that we needed, we were able to obtain through a combination of grid services plus battery system. In fact, we were able to get a little bit more, just given the block sizes. We needed the blocks to be equal to, and minimum equal to, what we have a need for. So your question about whether those grid services have value, yes, they have value because they're part of what's contributing to provide the needed FFR along with other resources that we identify now. The question about whether there's a value to an increment of FFR beyond that value is probably a lot less because we have the amount of FFR that we identified for the near term being fulfilled with all those resources I described. But the FFR that's being contracted definitely has value because we're counting on them to provide, the solution for a part of our need. In some cases, what we actually were able to acquire maybe a little bit less, and so there's some value in acquiring some additional grid services for those different types of grid types.
Okay, so I'm hearing mixed signals because those numbers were characterized as market potential, and now you're talking about it's the need and you've met the need. But I'm just trying to get to is this question that affects what Robert's thinking about and what we're thinking about, is right now as it stands, is an extra megawatt of any of these things, does it have a value? Can you say summarily, one extra megawatt right now for any of these services still has value? Or not, maybe not.
Yeah, so in the example that I gave you for FFR for the Big Island, an incremental megawatt of FFR probably has very little value if the resources that we contracted for come through, right? If they get delayed or if they don't materialize, then obviously there's going to be a lot of incremental value for the next increment of FFR.
Okay. Thank you, Grace. Sorry to push your timing.
We're making the case of moving the PBR docket into the DER docket after all. Just kidding.
That's a funny one, Isaac. That's a great one to take a break on while we.
Everybody wave at Isaac before he gets carried away.
Saying wild things there. Okay, we'll take a quick break. If you could be back at 2:23, that would be fantastic. I'll be here. I hope that you will be also. Thank you for the discussion. Welcome back. I'm hopeful that the majority of folks are back again. I think there's some challenges with the WebEx video. So we would like to start with some comments from the commissioners, and then we'll lead into the final presentations. So I'd like to give the floor to Chair Griffin.
Hi. Sorry, I just came back. We have everyone here? I just had to follow up on our exchange right before the break. So I think I have a few questions, but some of it's for Colton and Shelley, maybe Yo.
We're back.
So if I'm hearing right, that companies don't really have a plan. Well, you've answered this in another venue. Not really planning to use any DER resources for additional grid services through next year until you complete updated to the IGP. That's what you, if I remember it, that was the response to the follow-up to the PBR hearing.
And I'm gonna, Yo, I hope you don't mind, but I'm gonna let you clarify the exact response in the PBR docket.
Thank you. Yes, Chair Griffin, that was the response that we provided, that even going through the second RFP with the independent observer, we had to do multiple sensitivity analysis to calculate the valuation of it. Going forward with what we've, to Carl's question also, is there is value. You know, what we committed to execute has values to it. Any additional, knowing what we have awarded to also to the RDG side, it's in our best interest to include all of those into the model of the IGP and figure out what else we can provide and proceed forward. In the meantime, we want to use the time to figure out some of the programmatic. I know we've been overusing the word pilot and demonstration, but align ourselves to figure out some of the gaps that we've identified. And one example, again, still looking into it, but small, medium business, we have no representation of it right now, whether it's an aggregator or not. So we want to look at that and align ourselves to create a mechanism programmatically to answer Dave's question of what it means to be programmatically responsive. We want to align those things and request to the commission. These are things that we're thinking of while we await for the IGP valuation to come by.
Okay, so I think that confirmed a couple things. One, I mean, you guys have filed, I mean, over time, a number of different value service updates with us. And so the other analyses may have looked at market potential, but my understanding is those would capture the grid needs and the value of those grid needs. So those have been, that's my understanding, those have been updated over time, including filing that would have come in this summer, right?
The latest file that we submitted, I apologize,
including filings in the benefit cost analysis of the GSPAs, right? These are all updated values. So it's nothing's happened in 5 years.
Chair Griffith, maybe I can, that's right. And I think I'm going to ask Colton to add details to it. But to just kind of stitch it together, because I can see where there's misunderstandings as we look at the individual pieces. So the amount in the RFPs for grid services was based on potential. It was an input into the PSIPs at some point. And the stage 2 RFPs and the grid services RFP that have happened in parallel with each other. When the selections were made, they were evaluated for cost benefit. Going into the RFP, I believe that we were not able to determine the value of the grid services at that time with the stage 1 RFPs that had been selected, and then without knowing exactly what was coming through in the stage 2 RFPs. And so once the selections were made, then the modeling could happen to determine that. And Colton can correct me if I'm wrong. Once those selections are made, and now we have a new baseline of assumptions, the incremental, any incremental grid services, the valuation of that and the need for it is not yet determined or determinable until we get through the IGP process. So that was part of the understanding we had to get and why we had to clarify our PBR response from the time we had the conference to the time we
Okay,
filed the
let me, sorry, I don't want to take too much time with the group here, but I just want to be clear. You know, we're talking about, let's step forward. I don't really want to step back. We're stepping forward. We're talking about retiring power plants on at least 2 islands in the very near term. If we wait until the 3rd quarter of 2021 before even having understanding of these needs, we're talking about retiring the largest power plant on this island within a year of then. So we're not even going to start talking about what other additional needs we have until it's too late. And some of the projects that are going to contribute to those needs, we've already been told are going to be delayed a year. We're going to talk about that on Monday. So it's just hard to hear that the answer is to continue to wait when the things that we're trying to replace, those are not being delayed. Those times are standing still. So I don't think we can follow this path of waiting to figure out what we need when the needs are very immediate. And the other alternatives that are supposed to replace them, some of them are not coming through either. So it seems like we should be putting more options on the table, not taking them off and waiting to put more on the table.
Yeah, so Chair Griffin, this is Colton. I don't have anything more technical to add on top of what Shelley's said, but to what you just talked about now about things like stage 1 and stage 2 projects getting delayed, and how does it affect retirement of units. That's sort of what I was at least trying to allude to as an example in my response to Carl, right? So what we sought to get as grid services in the grid services RFP helped to define what we ended up procuring as part of the stage 2 RFP. And if we fulfill that grid services from the combination of the two, any incremental value of that same grid service beyond that will be low. But to your point, if circumstances change, so say a project gets delayed and now there might be a need for load reduction, as an example.
But this is not theoretical. We've been told all of the stage 1 projects are being delayed.
Yeah, so that's, I think, an opportunity where now there's...
So qualitatively, we know that the need is still there or greater because the time, the timing of that need is even nearer. So how can waiting be the right answer here?
Okay, well, I'll defer to Shelley and Yo if they think I'm wrong on this, but we can look at that specific issue, the need for near-term capacity, and how best to value it so that we can see what the opportunity is there. The one, and I see the real operational, the real need, the physical need. I would just want to think through how best to do that most efficiently, and then what happens when the resources do come online, delayed, but when they do come online, and making sure that we're still getting value of all those resources together.
Okay, I think you've heard, I mean, I'll just say we're feeling the pressure. There's timelines to retire plants. That's a very definitive physical act. And we're going to need to be prepared. So I know on my side, we're not thinking about waiting as the right way to respond to that. So, okay, I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Griffin. Commissioner Potter, you had inputs as well?
I think I'll let others take over. I'll have the opportunity to have some closing remarks at the end, so I'll start then. Thank you, Rachel.
Okay, thank you. Dave, did you have clarifying questions, or are we ready to jump into presentations?
No, I can queue up the slides if we're gonna do back to Hiko.
Yes,
Next.
please. Thank you.
Hi everyone, this is Lonnie from Hawaiian Electric. I will be covering, I think, the first subject. And Rachel, if you wouldn't mind skipping forward. So we have, this is sort of the other section where we're covering various topics. So the first one here is response to the DER party's comments about utility ownership proposals. And I will be covering that. We do have a slide for that. So if you could step to the next one, Rachel. Okay, thank you. So everyone might recall from our earlier slide on defining what success should look like for expansion of interconnections, that we believe these objectives should apply. Affordability, RPS, and decarbonization, economic stimulus, and a positive customer experience. We think that those same objectives should apply when we think about utility ownership model as well. So as I mentioned, we're still developing a proposal for rooftop rental using a utility ownership model. And as a part of our development, if we find that we can advance these objectives, then we think we should be able to participate in this kind of model. And we would provide an update with more details on how we would like to proceed. This would include specific objectives for the demonstration, scope, and a timeline. And we will put this in our December 4th update filing. We would still need to partner with contractors to help us install systems. As I mentioned earlier, we're intending to open up this new market for contractors and also give them a channel for efficient installations. And one idea that we have around this demonstration concept is to focus on LMI customers first and partner with Hawaii Energy, as Jen mentioned in our last segment. And if it works, we could expand it beyond LMI in a subsequent stage. And this would open up even more interconnection opportunities for the solar industry and provide more access to DER for all customers. So that's all I had to say on this topic. I'm happy to take questions or hear feedback from others.
I believe that, Hiko, you were the only ones with slides for this portion, so we can kind of just make this conversational for the presentations that the DER parties and the consumer advocate had in response to these two questions. So whomever is speaking for the DER parties, if you would like to. All right, Isaac.
All right. Yeah, sorry. I didn't put together slides on this one. I didn't have the time. But anyway, I'll try to keep it really short. Feels like this is kind of a come down from the last discussion. But basically, the previous discussion on this in this meeting was about how does this even relate to interconnection? And frankly, I didn't hear an answer to that. really, because interconnection is supposed to be neutral, objective. You're not supposed to discriminate between ownership models or whatever. And so, I mean, if the thought is that the utility can somehow control these systems in a way that benefits the grid or reduces interconnection costs, let's explore market options for that. Why aren't we looking, in that direction? And then I'm hearing, issues about, okay, maybe if it's not interconnection, it's an LMI thing. I'm not clear at all on that rationale either. I mean, how are we going to flow through the benefits to a renter here, rather than just having it captured by the landlord, who's going to make the ultimate decision whether to put this system on his or her roof or not? And it just doesn't make sense in terms of the basic math. We want to give the landowner something. We want to do it. Utility scale prices are lower. We want to give the renter something. We want to reach LMI customers, which is demonstrably more expensive for a good reason, and we want to do it. But all these Christmas wish lists of benefits. I mean, how is that even going to work from a math perspective? And finally, I didn't hear anyone address the elephant in the room regarding the established commission ruling on this very issue, right? There's a doctrine here that was established I'm doing the math here, 15 years ago. Does it resolve a system need? Is it the least cost alternative to meet the need? And would the customer be unable to find another ready and able option to supply the proposed service at a price and quality comparable to the utility offering? Again, no one's addressed this at all. And I'm open to the utility trying to put this together into a pilot proposal and seeing where the chips fall on this. But frankly, given all these things that we're working on, I just feel like this, first of all, we went around this block and 10 years ago with PV Host. And I think our efforts would be best served elsewhere, given all that we need to do here. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Isaac. Did you have comments about the application fee that HECO proposed for CIT?
Yes, thank you. So on that one quickly, I think we're open to the extent that there's a cost associated with customer applications and processing those, but we really need to see some analysis about the cost structure of the CIT resource and break it down in terms of how much is that benefiting, the interconnection process? How much does that go to the entire sort of utility function of being that network operator, integrated distribution planning? How much of that is going to be facilitating, other customer sort of value in terms of EV service upgrades or air conditioning service upgrades and things like that? So I don't think anyone's proposing that we're just going to dump all the costs of the CIT onto DER applicants, or I'm hoping that's not the proposal here. But I think conceptually, this makes some sense at a certain level, and then we really need to look at the cost details.
Okay, thank you. Marcy or Reen, do you have comments for the 2 questions for the section?
Yeah, this is Marcy. Can I start with the easy one first, the CIT application? So conceptually, we'll also agree about a fee. I think we'd like to get a better understanding of that fee and how much that would be, because it does fit into like the regulatory principle of cost causation. Yeah. So I think conceptually, yes. I think if we could discuss more of the details, that would be good. Taking the harder topic about the utility ownership proposals for the rental proposals. We have discussed this on our slides. Really what it's trying to do is look into a market where it's our understanding that it's relatively untapped. So some of the issues that have been with rental, I guess breaking into that market is trying to appeal to the landowner, themselves, and looking at that. And as Reen pointed out, the Green Mountain, I guess programs, and Robert, I know you commented on this, but they also did support, right, that there were benefits associated with looking at utility ownership of programs. And what we're trying to do is look at the most cost effective, right? opportunities and provide more opportunities to this market. Thank you.
Thank you. So since the utilities plan is to provide an update in December on the specifics for this proposal, like how this demonstration is meant to roll out. And Isaac, you have some specific commentary about things that should be included, considerations. I mean, hearkening back to commission guidance as well as just other relevant considerations for what should be included in terms of objectives and evaluation. So is it possible that some of those inputs, like that ECO and the DER parties and the consumer advocate, can work to make that baseline information more comprehensive that can incorporate what's been discussed here? So I understand it seems like the utility has, like you mentioned, the 4 objectives in your slide, but it sounds like there's some other objectives that should be considered if this demonstration is to go forward. So are you open to having discussions about how you can incorporate more of the objectives that were raised in this conversation into the plan for the demonstration going forward?
Yes, Rachel, I think we'd be open to having more discussions with the parties on how something like this could be shaped.
Okay. And then just noting that in the proposal for the amended schedule that there are some status conferences or working group meetings that are suggested. So, and I think we can see what that looks like and who needs to be involved, but thank you for confirming openness to do that. I'm seeing a nod from Robert, but any comments from the DER parties or consumer advocate?
I guess just to plug that, the idea of being able to develop excess, again, remember we proposed the solar roof savings program in part to address the LMI customers, but also recognizing that if there is a value for exports, that potentially starts bridging some of the gap, the landlord-renter situation as well. And so I guess too, what Isaac's point was about, and I guess is indirectly talking about exploring market options to address these needs as well. I think, the idea of being able to create a market opportunity to address that is useful too. And I guess I just want to sort of throw in the mix that there are 2 ideas potentially that are trying to hit that.
Thank you for highlighting that.
And sorry, Mark.
Oh no, go ahead, Vin. Go ahead, Vin.
No, I was just prompting to see if someone else had
No,
something.
I was just going to say, on our end, I was just going to say that, we're open to working with everyone and providing input, I guess, regarding our objectives, what we'd like to see collected as part of the pilots, and just wanted to emphasize again that for us, it's not about kind of ownership for ownership's sake, but kind of what is the most efficient, cost-effective path forward for these resources. And you can look at different programs. So we're open to those ideas.
Thank you for clarifying. Marcy, did you have something to say as well?
Oh no, sorry. Thanks, Rachel. Reen added. Reen said what I was going to say. Thank you.
Sure. So for me, all of the videos have gone blank. So feel free to jump in if I'm not seeing you wanting to contribute to the conversation. But we will transition to that second portion regarding the load bill program. And so I believe we have eco slides. We'll start there. And whomever is speaking, prepare as we get the slides set up.
Thank you, Rachel. Right, this was a comment asked for regarding the load build program compared against the emergency curtailment. This is a summary of what we provided in the updated proposal, and I believe also in one of the IRs that we received. So no new information here. We're just emphasizing that load bill program is what we identified as a grid service. And then the emergency curtailment is exactly that, an emergency curtailment made by an operational decision, and we differentiate those two. And the reason why we brought up load build program is that if at all we want to prioritize and use the load build program first so that we don't need to call on the emergency curtailment, we did an RFP on it, and we will have a few megawatts on each of the islands on this load build. But it's clear from the response that it's much more difficult to do compared to the load reduction. So our point is that we will definitely prioritize load build program, but if that's not sufficient, we need to utilize the emergency curtailment as a last resort. Again, no new information, but happy to answer any questions after we go through the slides. I think I just have one more slide after this. Next slide, please. The question regarding the program evaluation tool, cost effectiveness. The bullet has been split into basically two sections. Initial proposal, we proposed a intent of evaluation methodology and process so that we can vet together with all the parties on how do we score, rank, and figure out which programs are better than the other. So, and we provided a evaluation rubric and metric as a starting point and as an example of what it may look like. For the updated proposal, rather than rehashing that or providing another example, we focus on the biggest element of that rubric, which is the cost effectiveness. And we ran through a methodology, and we used the interim DER programs because we had some information available on that. And we ran some numbers to show what the methodology would conclude regarding the interim DER programs. The idea is to use something similar for the upcoming programs that we're trying to propose. But the bottom line is we really would like to work with all parties, figure out a formal approach to evaluate how the methodology, including the cost effectiveness, and so that we can, one of the questions by the commission is, as we do the working group technical conferences, is the idea to have a single proposal. I think we all aspire to that. We want to agree and come up with a good program that's beneficial for all customers. So one step we believe is this evaluation methodology, so that we're looking at it from the same frame of reference. Next slide, please. And then one of the questions that another question that we received was, what types of data do we need to get to a final proposal of the program track? The commission had asked us to submit a basic program with basically no grid services and an advanced program with grid services. So we broke down the information of the type of data that we need is, the first one is the rate itself from the advanced rate design track. That will be very helpful for us, as that will have an in-depth analysis of how that number comes about rather than the program track guessing without the ARD track online. So that's an important data point. The interconnection process requirements, we talked about that today throughout the day, about the various pre-approval, conditional approval, the process that we're trying to make better, and whatever success that we can gather from here, we certainly want to include that into the basic program so that we can streamline the process to the extent possible. And then running the cost effectiveness by assuming a certain target megawatts, using the rates, and to actually coming up with a benefit cost ratio. Additional point, we mentioned this in one of our IRs to the other parties, where in order for us to better understand what PV and storage is typically doing without delivering grid services, it would be good for us to get an understanding of the performance and behavior of the typical system. And we allude to that because as we try to jump into the next section, the advanced program, it's important to be able to capture the dispatchability of it. We mentioned this a few conferences ago. a 5 kilowatt battery that is self-consuming during 5 to 9 every single day. And if we call upon a grid service event of load reduction and it does the exact same thing as the previous day, we constitute that as not performing because that's same as the previous day. So those are the subtlety of the demand response element of it. So any understanding of performance and behavior of these storage would be really beneficial for us to really understand the potential of the grid service, the available grid service by each of these battery systems. We certainly don't have that feel yet. And then we talked in depth today about the valuation and need identified by the IGP process. I believe that's the last slide. Next slide, please. Thank you, Rachel. Any questions regarding the last 3 slides?
Thank you, Yo. I have a question that I think might be a clarifying question before we jump to the next commentary. Sure. Just so I'm bridging 2 things. I'm remembering the DER party's pathway to programmatic grid services commentary about compensating customers for DER communications, visibility, and control. And then that was in my head as you were commenting on data needs, that first bullet on your slide. And I don't know if I'm inappropriately putting 2 things together, but my brain is like flagging, saying like, oh, would that meet the need that you just identified if there were an option for customers to be compensated? Would that type of visibility meet the data need that you just identified in that first bullet?
It would be helpful, and I think, including myself, and I think the CEA, DER parties in the commission would all appreciate a visibility of certain types. Full disclosure, if we decide to pay an aggregator $100 for their services, I really don't have a feel for how much of that $100 is going into the communication cost versus profit versus software maintenance. I have zero visibility because that's the whole point of an aggregator, right? We don't micromanage to that degree. And in our prior to the aggregator world, we did a programmatic line item. And when we do that, Rachel, we had to know what the communication cost was. We needed to know the administrative costs, the device costs. And when we go to the rate case, it's really itemized and holistically totaled to show how much a DR program is. In the aggregator world, it's a little bit difficult to see. When we get into the DER program that we're trying to design, the amount that we would compensate to the customer is really just one element, right? And then to your point, the communication infrastructure cost, the data storage that we need to keep at our place so that we can keep the data, all of these are cost, and in all inclusive of these various costs has to be cost effective. So it's just not that, it's just not the bill credited amount is the one element against the cost effectiveness. No, it's other items of cost that needs to be considered. And that part has been a little tricky. We're still trying to figure that portion out. Rachel, I hope I answered your question.
I think so. If I could just recap to make sure I distilled an appropriate point. There are some details that would need to be reviewed, but it sounds like as a suggested possible thing, it is not unreasonable that it could meet a data need. Would that be a correct capture of what you said?
If we decide to go into a programmatic approach, we definitely need to do a proper RFQ or RFP to know what that cost is. Yes, that's accurate, Rachel.
Thank you. We can jump to the DER party's commentary regarding our last couple of bullet points for the afternoon.
Hi, I don't know if it was only me, but there's some kind of electrical storm that passed through that conked out my internet. But anyway, I'm here on my iPhone hotspot, so I'm gonna keep my video off just to make sure I have bandwidth. But just quickly, since it's 5 minutes technically, on the load build issue, I'm gonna offer a comment in the form of a question. It's not clear to me based on multiple reads of what HECO's written on this, what's going on here. And maybe it's because this idea is evolving as we go, but I have a confusion, or the DR parties are just not clear on, sorry, what is load build and what's the scope of that? Are we basically requiring the DER customer to bring its entire load onto the grid and forego the right to self-generate? Or are we simply saying that the DER system will stop exporting? So there's that. And then there seems to be a distinction between that type of function, however far it's going to go. And it seems like right now, HECO's contemplating that this load build service would be a compensated or should be a compensated service. So that's good. And then there's an extra service of sort of emergency curtailment that's separate from load build, is where it seems to be this discussion. I mean, sorry, this proposal from HECO is sitting currently. I think we just need to figure out what's going on more clearly. And that's what our comments are on that for now. With regards to program evaluation cost effectiveness methodology, look, I have 2 more minutes left, and I don't even know where to begin on this, because this cost effectiveness methodology is just so off base. I can't even start beginning to explain. And if folks want the explanation, I refer them to the mountains of literature on sort of cost benefit analysis for DERs, value of solar. 5 years ago, RMI did like an initial survey of all the best practice value of solar studies out there at that time, and I'm sure there's only more since then. But the way I would sort of recap this methodology is just throwing in short-run energy costs on the margin with utility scale prices, with utility fixed costs, all in a blender, mixing it up, and the result is effectively like 2 apples minus 5 oranges equals 1 zucchini. It just makes no sense. And so this is what I mentioned in the beginning in terms of like philosophical differences here. Are we going to have an intelligible discussion on cost benefit analysis? I know we're not going to do a full-blown value of solar, at least in the foreseeable horizon, which is why we asked for access to resolve. But let's just at least like consult best practices on this. I'm sorry if I'm calling out anyone in particular, but this is really disturbing for me. And so I just wanted to be completely frank on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Isaac. Regarding, let's start with the first one. Load build program is a grid service, and the previous 2 grid service RFP that we did, we solicit for the load build program, and it is exactly what you alluded to. It's very tricky to do. Is it that you are you decreasing the export amount? Is it that you're charging more to the battery at that time when called upon, or are you doing something else? And sort of the art of the aggregator, while I told Rachel that it's also very difficult to see the granularity of the cost of the aggregator, it's also the beauty of the aggregator, because I'm not dictating the aggregator to say how you need to do this, because it's all based on the outcome. So the cheating way, I'm going to go with the easiest example, a water heater program. During the load build program would actually turn on the water heater, right? So that's sort of the one way for an aggregator to accomplish this. With a PV storage device, every DER parties, subcontractors to an aggregator, they will have to figure out how to do the load build. And as I said earlier, it's clearly a difficult task to accomplish. So our traction to the number of megawatts we sought for was on the lower side. Isaac, no question. I think it's still much to be decided on this, on how we can do load build from a DER standpoint. I thought there was another question, but I can't remember what that second question for.
Yeah, load build versus curtailment, and how it all sort of matches together, yeah.
Roger that. Thank you, Isaac. So that's the load build side. And then the emergency curtailment. That emergency curtailment is basically a tariff requirement as part of the CGS Plus. So the CGS Plus, big difference between CGS and CGS Plus is this availability to control the system to be able to curtail the generation when there is overabundance of generation and we need to cut back on that generation. So those are the two different ways. What we're trying to say is that rather than jumping straight to the CGS Plus button, that we would try to prioritize the low build grid service, which is, to your point, Isaac, compensated. We're going to use that as much as possible before we reach to that level of CGS Plus button. That's what we're trying to balance and explain, that two can coexist differently.
Thank you, Yo. I think some of these topics will be ripe for future discussion.
Okay.
For some continued elaboration. Isaac, I wanted to ask if you had any comments about specific and outstanding data needs for the program track before turning it over to the consumer advocate for comments.
Everyone knows about the data needs around the resolve modeling, and we look forward to moving ahead with that, and we're going to need sort of transparency and access to the underlying assumptions and follow-up information. So that's the process that we were contemplating. Just wanted to note with regards to this issue of data around DER payback periods. This issue came up at the end of one of the advanced rate design working group meetings, and we emphasized at that time that really payback period is beside the point. We're talking about moving forward, trying to value DER contributions to the grid. And so that's our primary focus, and should be a primary focus in terms of achieving that principle of full and fair compensation for DER contributions.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. Marcy or Rain, comments that you'd like to share at this point?
Oh, thanks, Rachel. I think for the load build program, I think we'd have to look at that a little bit more before offering comment. For number 2, I think as discussed, we do want to look at cost effectiveness of the programs, and I kind of wanted to put it more in the context of the nuts and bolts of what we're talking about right now. So for the communications and the curtailment equipment, when we're talking about the company paying for that, and also within that program setting retail rates for that customer, I think we're trying to get a better assessment if those costs are reasonable, or the rate that we're setting for a DR program is reasonable. That is one of the things we had talked about early on about unbundling the costs. And I know that there were difficulties or issues raised with doing that, especially in the timeline that we're looking at. But it is really trying to get a good assessment or better assessment or better comfort level of how we can look at how we should price these things. And if we add features to it, I guess whether that is also cost effective in comparison to all the other alternatives that we're looking at. So related to number 3, we are still looking through the IGP input assumptions. And I know there was a lot of discussion about the pilots, but we are trying to seek, because some of this information might not be available right now, but to get that information from pilot programs. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcy. We have 2 minutes remaining for the scheduled afternoon end time. Are there questions? I mean, I guess would like to just say that there are clearly a number of issues that will be ripe for discussion for future working group or technical conferences, or however we are labeling the thing that convenes us. So I'm certainly not trying to answer all questions in the remaining 2 minutes, but if there are things that can be answered quickly that can provide clarity in the moment, I welcome people to ask those questions at this time. Again, I can't see anybody's video, so if you would like to share, please just jump in.
Isaac, this is you. Isaac, I didn't answer your question regarding cost effectiveness. Your comments duly noted. It is something new that we attempted using foundational knowledge from my personal experience from demand response, and to your point, it was very difficult. No question, it was difficult. The bottom line and I'm not going to elaborate on the background, all that, and just jumping to the conclusion is the future DER, if we get more DERs, would it increase our rates or decrease? I think that's what we're trying to get a feel for when we talk about cost effectiveness and equity. So as we continue the discussion with all parties, I really welcome the different ways to calculate cost effectiveness, different methodologies of what is fair to assess. But I think you heard from various parties, there are sort of the hidden costs, right? The communication cost, administrative costs, installation costs, managerial costs. Those have to be considered. It's because that's part of the cost. So I just leave it at that. Thank you, Rachel.
Yeah, thanks, Gio. And my purpose was not to out anybody on this, but when we're talking about cost effectiveness, there's best practices, and we're not writing on a blank slate here. I mean, even utilities in the South, or the non-progressive utilities that you wouldn't consider ranked up there with Hawaii in terms of leading the edge on clean energy, recognize these principles. So, if folks want me to point towards resources and citations and such, I can, but anyway, it's out there.
Thank you, Isaac, for offering that resource. Are there others who have comments that they'd like to provide or questions that they'd like to pose? Okay, I just heard someone inhale, but I didn't hear commentary after that. So I would like to give Commissioner Potter an opportunity to address the group.
Thank you, Rachel. I appreciate it. And a big mahalo to all of you for your contributions today, your work preparing for this, your dedication to this process. It has not been an easy one. And I think that we've actually closed some gaps over a period of time through this whole docket, not just the DER program track, but I have heard us come together and actually make some progress on some really important areas. One that I'm really excited about is the resolve model, and that the parties have been able to obtain funding to get the resolve model, and now they're awaiting access to that data. The opportunity to bring new ideas and information into this proceeding is going to help our process exponentially. This is a new fresh set of eyes that's able to look over the data and to hopefully find some outputs and some outcomes that will help our deliberations and inform what the value is to our grids and how we can better value these services, stacked or unstacked or however. So really excited about the opportunity there, really excited about the presentation that the parties gave on their scenarios that they're considering. Definitely that's a lot, so make sure that you manage your scope there and you don't try and hop off more than you can chew. The second area is, the programmatic grid services. I think we have a long way to go here. I think it's fairly obvious that there was some disappointment among the commissioners and commission staff today in regards to where the company is positioned right now in terms of developing a framework and really digging into identifying what those grids needs are and doing that in a timely manner that would be appropriate for not only this docket, but several other dockets that are underway. I think that this is really important because we have, what is the foundation of a modern grid that's clean and that's renewable? It comes from flexibility. It includes demand side resources. It includes controllability and visibility. And these are all things that you gain from the demand side of the equation. And we often, I bring this up over and over again because it's a really important point that I think we miss is that, on this coin, we have a coin. On one side is the supply side and the other side is the demand side. And it's all one coin and we have to make them match. And the demand side is equally capable of providing a great deal of service if we call upon it, if we program it, if we have controllability, if we have visibility. And that's essentially what we're trying to do here, is set up not only a pathway that Robert mentioned, but a true trajectory. We need to have our eye on where we want to go, what we want this future to look like, and then we need to be working towards that. This isn't like let's get to 2021 and decide what might work for us, but we need to now, we have the tools, we have the components of it, we understand what kind of end uses are in the field, we understand the dynamics of the different players. We know what even the end uses and technical end uses can actually provide. We know how they can respond under different kind of control signals and under different types of communication scenarios. Those aren't unknowns. We have plenty of literature to document that. So essentially, what we're looking at is we're looking at a gatekeeper, and that gatekeeper is the companies. And the companies have the ability right now to open up that gate and allow for collaboration and allow for input and more information about what it is that we can do collectively, collaboratively as the energy ecosystem in Hawaii to get to where we need to go and into that future that we can envision for ourselves. I have a pretty good idea of what that future should look like, and I hope that each of you have a vision as well. And if we collaborate, we can actually, create a really strong foundation for where that trajectory that we need to go. As Jay mentioned, we have a really thick future in front of us with retiring fossil fuel units and managing a grid that's going to be wildly different than, with a fossil fuel generation fleet. And it's going to be more variable. We're going to have inertia problems. We're going to have to look at all different types of capabilities across the board that can provide services to help create stability, transparency, and most importantly, cost effectiveness on the grid. And that does mean that we have to tap into our demand side resources. Absolutely must do it. And to that point, this proceeding of it has, advanced grid, advanced rate design, it has inverter and technical track, and it has the program track. And each of those have a component of what I call integrated demand side management. And ultimately, you pull Hawaii Energy into this and talk about their capabilities of accessing low to moderate income customers and reaching out to customers with energy efficiency. We're starting to think about a well-rounded approach to managing energy on our grid here, which means more than one type of resource, more than just time of use rates, but grid services from DERs and time of use rates and energy efficiency. And these are electric vehicles and the whole host of things, but we need to be thinking collectively, holistically, and collaboratively about where it is that we want to go with this. And so I really encourage all of you to keep your minds open. I encourage HECO to really open up the gates, and allow for people to come in and help encourage different types of thought and thinking around grid services to expedite some of the processes for determining what the value is and what the grid needs are, because that information isn't going to come soon enough. And we need it now to really develop programs that are strong. But in the meantime, we're not going to stop. We're going to continue going. We have to continue down this road. There is no pause button that we're going to wait for IGP or any, that's just not acceptable. So we have to keep moving forward in all aspects of this proceeding and the other ones that are closely related to this. So with that, I hope all of you can stay the course, continue marching down this road. I'm really proud of the work that's been done here. I'm really proud of all of you, and I thank you for your commitment. And I hope that you have a wonderful rest of the week. Thank you for an intense dialogue.
Thank you, Commissioner Potter, and thank all of you for your time and a little bit of extra time this afternoon as well. We appreciate your attention. The commission will be following up, so I'm sure that you all have docket updates programmed, so you will see further input from the commission there. But that's all we have for this afternoon. Be well and stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.